Yes,
was
it is.
like Reuben Hyde that was knee deep in his backyard. And
We'll get her.
Yeah, that underpass that you walked through, that was all full.
that's where it was running.
I remember that, and then,
And we took, actually, had a boat. And, I didn't get in the boat, but they drove over to Randy Fry's place in a boat. How much water was there? I took pictures, where you know Randy Fry lives. Right east of Hazen. As soon as you cross the railroad tracks, take a right, it's the second house in.
Yes.
Yeah, and, when that was flooding out there, it was going across 200 by the golf course, but we were parked right in front of Reuben Hyde's place, and they brought a boat out and launched the boat in the ditch, and they drove the boat over to Randy Fry's house
That was
to check on him if everything was okay,
I
That was
was,
in '09.
don't.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the last time ever that went over.
yeah, that was, and then what happened there was it was jammed, the knife was jammed up right there on that curve. It, went straight across that instead of,
Is this like 2 weeks in a row I get to see you?
This. What? Are you sure? I think it's this. I think it's right here.
No. You gotta sign over there.
I got a question, June, question for you. Okay, trying to tell you, see where it's at, but, you know where Roseville,
That's that deed. We had to put the two properties together. I
you
believe
guys
it's the
getting
one that
rough.
We missed the parcel on the auction house.
Erickson bought.
Oh, you wanna do it after?
Huh?
Or
You
very
wanna
first?
wait?
I can do it now.
you were
Nothing
Roseville
to
Cemetery.
concern myself with.
Okay, and then when you go south, then the road goes back down in
You could have
the.
said,
I've been watching
That
you
this,
could have said,
Notarized.
nothing you need to concern yourself with, Gene. Okay.
That has to be
you
notarized.
notice that
But as long as
there's,
you're here.
I just seen him.
Okay,
water.
cool.
and it's like,
You're good, Gene.
you can
It's all
see
good.
people driving through.
We're kind of all over here
It's on the-
today.
Going north side. Literally, would they have, if there would be, looks like it's coming right through the pavement. Would be a spring developed there?
Budget plan stuff's a damn.
Could be a fresh water
What's that?
there.
Budget plan stuff's a damn light.
Just a crack
You
and
have
people
to-
driving on it,
That's a
pushing it.
Todd
pushing it
argument.
up.
Do you
Cause
understand?
it's like a puddle.
We have direct orders.
That, you know,
Oh, okay.
or maybe a little
Direct
bit.
So that was mine.
It happens sometimes in the
I
spring.
didn't know you took orders.
It's directly in the middle of, I mean,
I
the
thought you
pavement,
did them.
just strange, you know, and it's on a hill like
This is
that.
the one I got rejected.
Usually you don't find them there, but.
Not yet.
Yeah, usually it's in the.
Todd.
It can happen pretty much
Thought
anywhere.
so. That's why I was
I was
ready
just
for
curious, I mean, eventually it'll break it up.
When you want it.
Well, usually, well, yeah, it'll break up the asphalt. If it's
Okay, and did you
due to
notice
the thaw,
other business now,
the thaw's out.
I know.
then that way,
Cause it's been, here for, even when it was cold here, you know,
then the people can
it
go
was,
down.
we would get these warm days and cold warm days. It was
They
there,
should.
and then, I noticed again
No,
this
we
morning.
don't,
I was
we
like,
don't have time.
that puddle just stays right there, it's right on the center line, you know? And there's a puddle of water. Tried to-
Well,
He said, well, no, that's not.
worst things we did was put the road
Here at 9. We can't do that.
center,
They
I
should
mean, I
know
know.
at
Well,
11,
it
they
should.
have 45 minutes.
Yeah,
So
but
this is brand new. This is not
Cracks
something
in
we
water
used
and
to.
then.
It's like the worst spot.
Front, yeah.
Cause then you're introducing water right.
To the center of the road.
Do we wanna keep that one?
Collected and cause problems, it's got, it's easy in there.
Whatever. I don't wanna.
Wait,
lose it.
we, recording? All right. 9 o'clock, I'll call this, meeting of the Mercer County Commission to order. I know there's, usually some questions, but when we, push a regular scheduled meeting, a week or something like that, it's not considered a special meeting. I think we went over this one time with Todd, but as far as the agenda goes, is there any corrections or additions?
The only thing that I would like to mention is that normally our other business isn't scheduled for a certain time, and that's so that we can allot it into different areas and cover. So,
The business?
yeah, cause usually we try to take that as we have openings in other areas, so that way we can be more efficient with our time.
Okay,
Chairman,
yes.
can I explain why I did that?
Yeah.
Just for you guys to consider.
Mhm.
The reason is because these other business, a lot of times, different department heads wanna be there, and instead of sitting through the whole commission meeting, it allows them the option of being able to be there. That's the idea behind it, just so you know.
I understand the idea behind
Yep.
it, but I don't know why anybody would wanna sit here and wait for the recorder fees to be accepted,
Okay,
or, you know,
but
certain
there
things like
has
that.
been things in the past where, you know, social services building, you know, and that's the only reason why, and it's
Mhm.
just letting you know why we did that. It's more structured.
And we, we can even change that as a commission if we want. Yeah, I definitely agree with Liza on that one.
I mean,
We
I
could-
see both
We
sides
could
of
put
it, I
that
guess.
anywhere, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, I understand why you did it, but I also appreciate Liza's,
The
perspective
efficiency
on
of
it, and if somebody wants to be here, all they need to do is let one of us know and we can call them in
Okay.
when we're gonna talk about it, cause that's what we've done in the past, so. Just makes for a more efficient meeting.
Yep.
So, any other things on the agenda? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll move to accept.
Motion by Rick, is there a second?
A second.
Second by Jamie, any discussion? Seeing none, Rick,
I vote aye.
Jamie,
Aye.
Liza,
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
I'll vote aye, that motion passes. Approval of the March 15th minutes,
I'll make a motion to accept.
motion by Rick to accept as presented, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Jamie. Any discussion, corrections, or additions to the minutes? Seeing none, Rick,
Aye.
Jamie,
Aye.
Liza,
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
I'll vote aye, that motion passes. All right, oath of the auditor. I don't have a copy in front of me,
You
do you
don't.
have it? Okay.
I just had one copy.
Okay, if you wanna read off the oath, then we
Okay.
can accept it.
I, Carmen Reed of Hazen, North Dakota, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of North Dakota, and I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Mercer County Auditor, according to the best of my ability, so help me God, under pains and penalties of perjury. Good?
Thanks, Connor.
All right. All right, next up is review of bills.
These are all stapled.
You're just gonna have to bear with us while we go through our bills.
Pretty exciting.
Yeah.
We can tell. I said, we can tell.
It generally takes about 20 minutes, depending on how big the pile is.
Should I take these prepaid ones apart?
That's just one bill.
One bill?
That's
Yeah.
all one bill.
Okay, then.
Isn't that,
That's just the credit card. I paid that ahead, so I made the deadline.
Oh, gotcha.
So with
Gotcha.
the mail system, I wanted to get it out yesterday so that
Okay.
we make it by the 16th, hopefully.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
And that's typically one thing that I've authorized the auditor's department to do, if we have something and we have a missed meeting or a postponed meeting. I give them the authorization to pay stuff that has a deadline, you know, like utility bills and things like that, where we're not gonna pay our electric or stuff like that, so.
Well, that makes that easier.
When is the city council meeting again? The next one? Tonight?
You wanna go to another meeting or?
Thinking about it. I got a letter from the city that I wanna address.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if too late to get on the agenda, I imagine, though.
Wasn't a letter for me.
No. No,
Could be, I'm just saying. I didn't think I sent you anything.
I don't think he owns it, you don't own any property in the town, do you?
Oh, yeah, I
Hmm?
know.
You don't own any property in town, do you?
in the county?
No, in town.
In town, no. Not in view, I know.
Yeah. Those are the letters Heidi sent us.
No. Oh, I've got one of them too for last year,
Not for me.
for the fair board, yeah,
No,
when they were so far behind on their mowing the grass.
well, that, I know. We're not there yet.
The city didn't, Kenny was so short of help. So I went and mowed it. Until, we got about half of it, and then the city showed up and mowed the other half.
Half the city got letters. They were shocked at the grass.
Well, I went and brought my lawnmower in, and I mowed about half of it, and then Keith Yeager showed up, and he mowed the other half then. No, already paid him, I think.
How much you can do.
Yeah.
Right?
Do we really need to?
Yeah, I think we do. You wanna just do the guess? That looks about.
I had them pull up alongside me and Matt. Cause that was in
That seems
Wyoming.
safe, right?
Yeah. I was in Wyoming at like 10:30 at night.
Sheriff's
Oh,
Department.
Cause I saw just the headlights coming up behind me, I'm like, I thought I was going faster.
Well, I haven't had it all paid for it yet.
oh,
What's
you're like,
that?
oh, whoops.
Oh. Yeah, I believe the kids were asleep, they didn't know.
I gotta get this done again too, March and April.
Oh, really?
I've always had the ticket.
Oh.
Need to bat your eyes a little more or something.
What's that?
Bat your eyes a little more next time.
So, yeah. Might have
Sometimes it does
eyelashes,
not
but-
matter.
Maybe at the time I should get out there.
At least it was only $60 for this.
I wanna say only like 6 months.
be the last, that should.
You did put a furnace in yesterday in this place.
That's
Did
the
you?
one that they
Yeah.
got,
I
right?
think so. And this one is on this.
Okay, I was gonna say, what do we have? Okay.
This, yeah.
Okay.
So when are we gonna get the Jordan property off of the county?
I was wondering if that was the last month.
That is the last one.
That's last
Yeah.
month, okay.
That's what Jim thought yesterday when I asked him about
Okay.
it, I guess. I know, yeah, not enough.
Okay, okay, cause that didn't,
Jordan property.
then we,
is the one
yeah,
that we-
then it's long.
that chip.
With the, one chip left.
That's this one.
Huh?
Yeah, that, I don't, yeah. it's
Too
not
many,
for
somebody's
me.
not
Jordan.
enough.
Right?
On the courthouse. His writing was the return and install new what?
So we gotta pay for them to be there.
Yeah, it looks like, it says, I had to look at it twice, it says parts, but it looks like install new.
Who's this for? Is this CAR, is that Carmen Reed?
Yeah, that's right, those are my initials.
$290 for an ink cartridge?
That's for the postage thing, right?
For the what?
Postage. The postage machine, it has special ink.
But you can only get through them.
Apparently.
Well, that's right.
No, I'm just saying,
Special.
it's,
Special ink, apparently.
Special is not.
Been that way for a long time, but it lasts us a long time.
Like that. Like that.
those machines are pretty highly regulated.
B-52 is special also, costs $290 flipping dollars. To replace one little valve. I still remember that.
Super
Two different times.
Yep.
3/8,
Cover all areas,
3/28.
small purpose area.
Shear pins for snow blower.
True, very true.
Apparently went through some shear
For
pins.
the true progression.
That's right.
Hopefully no more now.
Well, they'll stop tape.
Normally it works.
Holy moly. I forgot mine again.
know. Every time I look at him, like, "Who is-" oh, that's right. Always throws me off.
Oh, then you go restaurant.
Yep.
Must have to have a nickname to be economic development.
Yeah.
Heidi, do you need a nickname?
Some people probably have nicknames for me. Pretty sure they're not.
Wait, when it's out yet?
They went on today.
What's that?
I knew they were coming.
Wrong one.
Tell the boss you're busy.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm gonna, he was gonna give him a report on the water situation. See what he says.
You know, that used to happen at
Got
the
pictures?
state legislation. You used to get fined like $5 or $10.
Every time it rings, I didn't answer it.
No, if it went off in a session.
Turn it to silent.
Yeah.
See if I can get away with it then. There,
Yeah, vibrating doesn't count.
okay.
I
I'm
don't
sure
know
it
if
was, gonna be a water report. Oh, ice broke loose by golf course, water level is going down.
It's going somewhere.
There, see?
Town is.
So that was a unofficial, official report.
Okay.
So how do you keep up with Buster?
It talks so fast. Holy moly. I ain't gonna go through that one. Made it through 4 commissioners, so I'm just gonna flip that one over.
Yeah.
Well,
Nothing we can do with that one. Yeah, that's nice to see.
Please don't.
Right?
Well, I don't know if this one's gonna make it through 4.
We're rejecting, rejecting it.
Terry,
It is?
yeah, I asked a couple meetings ago, I think I asked you, didn't I?
I'm not sure.
But I know I asked, Terry.
It's barely on there yet.
It's just on a roll today.
There's one perforation still holding it. So on your way out, it'll probably fall off. Annual 911 maintenance contract, huh?
Yes, that is for the Vista 911 system. And, yeah. we'll have that. Yeah. We have like 5 years.
That's good, but is that annual?
Yes,
$9
that
grand.
is annual, for maintaining all the updates on the software, everything with that. And then we also pay $3,400 a month, and that's just for equipment replacement at the end of, I believe it's 5 years. And once the new equipment comes in, then it'll be probably a different number.
Do we get reimbursed for a lot of that?
Not 911, all of it in our county, because of Oliver pays for this, the 911 fee. It's not come from the general fund for 911.
Okay.
So I can go see Dan and get all the stuff in the Either paper? It's okay. But I sent a couple messages and I didn't get any responses for Fair Board stuff, so I'll come talk to you.
He's still falling behind. Not much we can do about that one. Hazel Star, Hazel Star, Hazel Star. Holy cow, how many departments? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's just, isn't it just their subscription?
Right. But it's for departments.
Right. So what are you gonna make us all share one?
All 5 departments.
We're making us
Boy,
share
can
one.
it add.
The only thing is like, for some of them, they have to keep copies of it for their, I don't know, I did for that. And now I don't, because I'm in the auditor's office. We are, yeah, but like, I know stuff that's out of there, and put them with my reimbursement for my grants.
Well, the recorder, I'm sure, has to keep copies, for sure.
We do, yeah, the auditor keeps copies of everything.
Why do we do so much stuff down there?
So I gotta work on him a little more, huh?
Well, I'm just curious, because of the, I know they don't do the recaps, so they have to send them in if they didn't do it.
Yeah, do they do them though, or
I
do
don't
they
know.
send them in too?
That's what I was gonna ask, I'm gonna ask about that,
Yeah.
just the questions. Here's another one. Why are we, why are we reducing the time? Microblazing your weights. I'm definitely gonna ask. I'm always
What do
asking.
they, what is the county? They do their own retirement?
I don't know, I'm gonna ask those questions. That one
I'm like,
is,
I didn't say it.
Because wheel weights, that's like,
it's a balance of tire and,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask,
Sure,
find
get
out.
well, you're gonna ask,
That's how I
I
get
have
in
to.
trouble all the time, I keep asking questions.
I'll let you get in trouble. I show up there, they scatter like flies.
Where at?
County shop.
Oh. Finish here.
I think they know when I show up, it's
I'm in the Verizon zone. You know,
not a conjugal visit.
What question did you have though?
Well, they bought,
Guessing? Okay. Well, what's the question?
well, the only reason you need them is if you're doing your own tire maintenance. They're not doing their, any tire maintenance, are they? Mounting up tires or.
did the dinosaur do some?
That's what I
I
think,
would think
but I'd
dinosaur
have to
do
ask.
some tire changing and stuff, if you like, say, what kind of tires on hand. I think he has tires on hand,
That's
so
what
then
Dennis
he would
said.
need that to balance them.
Yeah, do they do that there?
I think so.
Here,
I think Dennis does.
that's what I was curious over there, or if Jim.
No, they would do it here on the shop, they wouldn't do it here.
Jim doesn't have any, I mean,
Jim does it, but the sheriff's office is somebody doing stuff. like that.
These were,
Yeah, from the
Because I
shop,
mean,
but I would
we'll find
definitely
out.
say the county
I'll
shop.
wanna ask. him
We'll find out.
about it. I mean, like, something like that, we should be able to do here, you know, over there, or whatever,
I think they do,
rather than Bismarck.
I think they do. I guess we can always ask and see.
Well, that's what I'm
I
just,
think they do.
you know, there might be an explanation, you just wanna go and find out. You know? Just wait till you get my age.
Then I can forget two of them?
You'll forget all three. You'll be lucky when you make it.
All right, is there a motion to approve bills?
I'll move.
Motion by Jamie, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Liza. Any discussion? Seeing none, Jamie?
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
All vote aye, that motion passes. 9:30, right on the dot, guys. All right, Cindy, what do we got?
Heidi, I'm gonna let Heidi go first on the abatement, cause she knows more about it.
Okay,
I have application for a refund of taxes for New Life Properties for parcel number 380611. That is the property that used to be the Family Dollar in Beulah for the year of 2022 in the amount of $33.13 and 43 cents. I did present this before the City Council in Beulah on March 22nd. I had sent some follow-up questions for New Life to answer for their board, and I did speak with one of their board members personally. I wanted to know what kind of items the church was storing in the building. He said they were a few items from a room that they were remodeling in their main church building is what was moved into the Family Dollar building. They said it was not much. They still have a for lease sign on the property right now, and they did have that for lease sign up for the entirety of 2022. It was vacant for all of 2022. I asked what the plan was for that building, if they were gonna continue advertising it for lease, or if they were going to do something else with it, and they said that they were possibly going to turn it into a ministry gym, youth room, in 2023. They haven't pulled any permits yet, or removed that for lease sign yet. So according to Century Code, they don't qualify for a, property tax exemption because the property isn't being used exclusively for religious purposes. So the city council in Beulah did recommend denying the application.
And I would recommend the same thing for you guys. I mean, if it's not used for that purpose.
Correct. We did, I did approve them for 2023 for the exemption, with the caveat that they remove that for lease sign and that they submit some sort of building permit this year, permit application this year to get that going. If they do not, then 2024 will be denied as well.
okay, any questions from the commission? I mean, this is kind of a straightforward,
Yeah.
by law, it's, you know,
I'll make a motion to deny it, being following the law of North Dakota.
okay.
I second that.
Motion by Rick, seconded by Jean. Any discussion? Thanks Heidi for coming and explaining why the city denied it. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Rick?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
All vote aye. That motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my,
Thanks, Heidi.
can you hear me? My next, item on the agenda is that the Hafners are asking for an extension, which I know the ordinance says that they have to go to planning and zoning to get that extension if they're not, don't have the final plat ready within 2 months, which, whatever, I won't even get into that. But at the end of the day, Travis did come to the planning and zoning last time, and they said, no, we don't do it, you guys do it, and I didn't argue. But really, they're not supposed to, but I mean, they do need an extension because, oh, I guess I should get, or do you wanna give background on it, or?
Oh, well, the Water Resource Board wanted additional information on the stormwater management plan, and then they didn't meet. In March, they canceled their meeting, and then they've postponed this month's meeting to next week. So it's kind of, they haven't had meetings, so I can't get approval from them.
Where's the 60 days fall? How much time do we have? Put it that way.
Word.
We're at like 75 or
right?
80.
Oh, you're already past it.
Yeah, and, The only jurisdiction that I've come across that actually has that time limit on is Mercer County. I haven't dealt with it any other jurisdiction.
I didn't realize it had that either, since we haven't had a subdivision since 2018 or whatever. I think that's ridiculous, 2 months.
Yeah,
And as far, and I have looked through both chapter 2 and chapter 6, and even their checklist, the water resource checklist, and I can't find where they even have the authority to ask them for covenants. Planning and zoning can, and you as a commission can, but I don't find anywhere that the water resource board can, but if they can, they can. But to me, they shouldn't be able to spring it on somebody at the last minute when they're supposed to have it in 2 months, and then how are you supposed to have time to do it?
Especially if they don't have the meeting or the meeting's been canceled and stuff, it's that,
Right.
that's not of their fault, you
Right.
know?
yeah.
And
And I forgot about the covenants thing. That was one of the delays at Water Resource Board, is they wanted to see the covenants, which, like Cindy just explained, they don't have the authority to ask for it, but that's why we haven't gotten approval from them.
Right,
So-
so it's really not Hafner's fault that they're not done, as far as I'm concerned, but.
So, does this board have to give the extension, or does
Well, it actually
P&Z
said,
or-
it actually said granted by the planning commission, but you were there and they told you to come here, so.
Exactly.
Well, and that was what my question was, when we're 75, 80 days are over already, and it's like, and we've already looked at it, it's circumstances out of their, control because of the postponements and everything else, and it's like I'm like, let's go back next week and P and Z and let's put it where it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Is
So we'll
that, you all right
send,
with that?
send it back to P and Z for the extension, since it's
'Cause they're the
actually their
ones that-
authority, so.
I mean, we'll,
Well, that's why I had him there, and then they
Right.
said no.
well, obviously, we didn't look, and, I mean, it's a learning curve for me too, and when I, if this comes up again, I will know, say, it's gotta be here, but, at that meeting, but, it's not your fault either, I just think that we should go back and put it where it's supposed to be, rather than, then we change things here, and then we'll make another mess, is what I'm looking at.
Okay, so, if we don't do any action, it'll just go back to P and Z.
Yeah, I think that's what would be you all right with that?
I'm fine with it, the rest of the commission. I mean,
I guess if that's what it says in whatever, is this our policy or what is it?
Yeah, it's our
Yeah,
ordinance.
it's our
That's what the ordinance says,
Okay, well,
that's why I
then-
think we should
I
follow
think it
that.
has to go back
Has
to
to go
them,
back.
unfortunately. I'm sorry, Cindy.
Well, I don't care. I'm not the one gonna lose my subdivision.
okay. All right, what else do you got, Cindy?
Okay, temporary use permit number 611 is a renewal from Leroy Fisher for Scoria Pit in section 3, township 14389, it's on Joe Reich's land.
Is this a new one, or is this a reoccurring one?
It's
renewal.
It's
Renewal.
renewal.
Okay.
He hasn't done it for quite a few years, but he's back over there now.
Oh, so he's reactivating a permit.
And there's been no issues or complaints?
No,
I move to approve.
Okay, motion by Jean to approve temporary use permit 611, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Jamie. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have some discussion on this. I guess I'm not opposed to the, thing, I mean, we keep coming back with renewal permits. I mean, like, granted, somebody tells you that, no complaints, and that's all we have. Nobody ever looks or checks, or we have nothing about what goes on. I was just wondering, I don't think it's Cindy's job to go around the county, but I think we should be at some point looking at somebody to go check on this stuff. How are we gonna do it? I don't know yet, but I think that's, my thought process on this right now, at the start of, we should be getting somebody, I don't know, lack of a better word, as a compliance officer or something, like somebody that would go check. It's dialogue in beginning stages, and that's where, we don't have anybody in place. We would have to build a budget. We have all these things that we'd have to do, but I just think that's something that we need to look at. So that's all I got on that part, but I think should be brought to the forefront, and then we need to talk about it, so.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Jean,
Aye.
Jamie,
Aye.
Liza,
Aye.
Rick,
I vote aye.
I'll vote aye, that motion passes.
Okay, temporary use permit number 612 is also from Leroy Fisher. It's a scoria pit in section 2/14389. That's on Marty Reich's land, and this is also a renewal.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, motion by Jamie,
I'll second.
second by Liza. Any discussion?
How old has this one been out, or is this like a fresh renewal?
This one, I think last time I saw was in like 2015 or something. He did it over.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I was just gonna add to the fact too, that with what I said earlier was the fact that, I mean, I haven't, you know, you can't deny one, and the ones that we did earlier, you know, we approved them all since we've been here all year long, so I'm not looking at, you know, we should deny somebody anything but that, but I mean, again, like I said, we just need to put it on our plate to look at it, so.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Jamie?
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
All vote aye. That motion passes.
Okay, temporary use permit number 613 is non-farm residence renewal from Arlen Curdy. And the reason they have to do this is because they have a rental house on there. So it's just a renewal.
That's an annual also.
Mm-hmm.
I move to approve.
I'll
Okay,
second.
motion by Jean, seconded by Jamie. Any discussion on that one? Seeing none. Jean?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
All vote aye. That motion passes.
And then I had also had in your guys' packets all that information from Glenn Peterson. Rick had asked me for that information, and I thought we were gonna talk about it today, but we're not, I guess, so you can look at it for later if he brings it up.
No, just, Carmen needs to sign them.
The thing with the information on Glenn Peterson,
Oh, it's actually.
Glenn Petter, it's Hoots is the
Yeah,
one that
but he
requested.
applied for it, that's why I had his name.
I asked Cindy for the information because he had asked me about some work on the road or the condition of the road or whatever. Dunn County pretty much blades that area over there. I talked to Ken about it. I said, can we, if we end up blading that half mile or something, can we do another half mile somewhere else for them, or what? They said that wouldn't be a problem, that we could do something down farther south or whatever. I don't know where any of it's at. I just asked for this, I haven't met with them yet. I did talk to, called Dunn County Road Department. I hadn't got a response from them yet. It was just information to Arms to find out more about what's going on before you go over there and figure out what we can do or can't do or where we wanna go with it. But I wanted to know what was in the permits, what was been passed, was prior to my time here, so I was just asking for information and it will probably be down the road, but so you know about it ahead of time. That's what this was about, so.
Okay. Anything else, Cindy? Okay. I passed the signed ones down to Carmen.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we sign it?
I don't wanna forget this time, cause sometimes I get to haze and have to turn around. Thanks. All right, let's see. Good on P and Z. Let's do the February recorder fees.
I move to approve the February recorder fees of $3,254.
Okay, motion by Liza, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Jamie. Any discussion? Seeing none. Liza?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
All vote aye. That motion passes. Dakota Water's liquor license?
That's right here.
We need a motion to accept it?
Yeah, usually that's, July one to
renewal, right?
June 30th, right?
It's a renewal also?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a, they have to do it every year.
Beginning date is May 4th
May 4th, okay.
of this year,
And that's because they're a seasonal place?
and ending
Okay.
November 1st. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve a Dakota Water's liquor license.
Okay, motion by Rick, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Jamie. Any discussion?
We have no problems or issues. It's been going like this for a long time, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
They get one through the county and they also get one through the state.
No, that's all I got.
And the liquor licenses that are in the county, we have to approve.
Correct.
Okay, any other discussion? See who, motion was it, Jamie? Rick?
I vote aye.
Okay. Rick votes aye, Jamie?
Aye.
Eliza?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
I'll vote aye, that motion passes. I know Liza might have to skip out early. Do you wanna do your portfolio update, if you have anything?
I actually don't really have much. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the airport meeting last night. My ambulance meeting is next week. And I know our ambulance meeting the month prior was pretty minimal. I know that they are asking or requesting as to when we're gonna need any information about budget-wise. So I'm not sure if we have anything put together as to when they should be getting stuff.
Oh, yeah, soon.
I
I'm
think
gonna
usually they get a
contact
letter in the
everybody.
mail.
Yes, they do, that's
Yeah,
right.
so they were just asking kind of about that a little bit.
Yep.
Okay. And that's all you have?
Mhm.
Liza? Okay, let's go to the policy committee appointment. Looks like we got 2 applications. We just have one open
Yes.
spot, correct? Okay. It's been a while since we've actually had to make a decision on a committee. Do we have any policies concerning the policy committee?
I think it's,
Not that you were, okay. Looks like we got Cindy Zuger, she was previously on the policy committee. And we got Adam Baker, who just joined the county in March.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very last day of April.
Very last day.
But, I'm sorry,
March? Okay.
February.
Oh, February?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Anybody have a recommendation?
I'd recommend Adam, I guess.
Okay. Anybody wanna make a motion on who to choose?
I'll, motion to nominate Adam Baker for policy committee.
Okay, a motion by Jamie to accept Adam Baker on policy committee, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Jean. Any discussion? As far as discussion goes, I think we had a deputy on there before.
Mhm.
And have one from the sheriff's office is on there now. Yeah, Pam Hale is also on there,
Okay, so we got 2 from the sheriff's department,
if Adam comes on.
and then you're on there,
Yep,
correct?
It's Jean, Alice Grinsteiner, myself, and Pam Hale right now.
Okay.
And we can only have that amount of committee members, right? Cause we wanna keep it to a minimum, right?
Well, that's always,
Mhm.
that's how it has always been. I mean, if you guys wanna change it, I don't, that's, again, I don't know, there's no rule against it as far as I know. I don't, as to how many people can be on it.
Is there a term on each one?
Yes,
Okay,
I think it's 4 years, I believe.
4 years.
This is an unexpired filling one here for Ryan?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah,
Mm.
so I mean, there's,
Adam would, Adam would basically be filling that position. Cindy has been,
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we wanna add 2, I'm not opposed to either
I'm not
one of
either.
them, I'm just.
more ideas, I guess.
I just
Mhm.
didn't had it the way it's. I don't know.
Right, and that's why I didn't know if it had to stay that way, 'cause sometimes I like having different departments,
Does that too, yeah.
Mhm.
you know, so I was trying to look at that too.
So, right now, the motion would be to have Adam fulfill the unexpired term. If we decide on that, then we can decide if we wanna add a position for a full-time, or a full term, or what have you, so.
Okay.
Any other discussion on appointing Adam Baker to the unexpired term on the policy committee? Seeing none. Jamie?
Hi.
Jean?
Aye.
Rick?
I'll vote aye.
Liza?
Aye.
I'll vote aye. That motion passes. Adam Baker is on the policy committee for the unexpired term. Is there any other questions or thoughts on policy
I'll make
committee?
a motion to add Cindy also to the thing, and we can go from there with discussion.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Rick, seconded by Jamie. Any discussion? So that one, if we created another spot on there, so there's 5 on there now?
Oh, no, we gotta add.
That would be 5 from what you said.
There'd be 5 on there, so this
One,
would be
two,
a
three,
6th
four,
one.
5. This will be the 6th one.
It's supposed to be 6.
For the people that are on the commission, on that policy, do you have
I would,
what do you see with I mean, will it work?
yeah, I would just comment that, getting people onto some of these committees is tough the way it is.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and as long as there's not a policy that states a limited number of people on the policy committee, I would have no objection to, unless we end up with 15, 20 people that would want to
Right,
be on
that's a
there.
little
Mhm.
different.
Yeah.
I was
Right.
just thinking it'd be nice to have different aspects of different departments.
But as it is, we don't have an abundant amount of people on there, so I wouldn't be opposed to it.
What's your thoughts, Wayne?
I agree. I mean, I
Okay.
think a few more opinions is a good thing.
I mean, it's nice that we had 2 applicants in the first place, so.
My thought process is, just for clarification, if you have that even number, whoever is the chair of that committee would probably not vote, just so you keep an odd number. Just,
Right.
so you don't have a tie on a subject, so. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I think it was Jean.
I did.
Or
I'll
Rick.
vote aye.
Aye.
Okay. Rick?
Aye.
Okay. Jamie seconded.
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
I'll vote aye.
Rick.
I made the motion,
Yeah.
Liza
I
seconded.
seconded.
Jamie
Jamie
seconded.
No,
seconded.
Jamie seconded.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Jamie,
Oh,
whoever,
okay,
yeah.
sorry.
I'm not on my game today.
I was out of line. I was out of order there, Mr. Chairman.
It's all right, we got
We,
it.
we all voted aye. That motion passes. All right. 9:52. All right. Let's go to auditor's salary.
Okay. All right, so I'm making a request, and what I did is I took, okay, I went on the NDACO salaries, the 2022 for auditors, and I took from 7,000 to 10,000 population, because we're like 8,300. And then I took the average, and the average comes out to, here, I made you a copy. The average comes out to 85,800, but I'm requesting 82,000.
Do you happen to know like how long these people were in these terms at all, Carmen? or
It
no?
varied.
It varied?
It really did, yeah.
Well, I'll just go out here because I should know this, but I don't. What is the current salary?
That was my question.
Right now, if Shanna was in here, it would be 83 something with her 75 cents. Last year, she had 82,198
That's what the previous auditor was making, 82?
in 22, yeah, 82,198.
198.
And then Sam was
What
at about
was Sam?
71, I believe.
Was 70?
Sam was started at 70,000, but she wasn't
70?
appointed.
Yeah.
And I guess I want to take into consideration, we've been here 57 years, that would add to knowledge.
What would what determines the newly elected official's position in any of these, five, besides the commission? What determines the salary?
I think the
Just
commission
the
does.
commission, I think.
So each time a new person is elected, the salary gets, so to speak, adjusted or agreed to at that time?
That's how we've done it, as long as
Actually,
I've been here, so I
When
don't know.
Shanna
what
got
other-
elected, that's what she did. She went and took the averages and came to the board, and that's what they took that on as auditor. And I thought part of it was HR, but it wasn't. It was just auditor.
Well, I'm just trying to get
So
it
HR
clear in my head,
No,
so.
we haven't put any monies away for that. It's not on record. And that was not included in her notes when she officially, and that was 10 years ago when she went and
I'm, I'm just trying to get some clarity for myself, so if I, since we're talking about the auditor position, so if the, before the newly elected auditor transitions into the position, the, so to speak, old auditor is, like, at this was getting, let's say, 83,000. When the new auditor takes that chair, is it assumed that that new auditor gets 83, or does the commission determine a salary at that point? In other words, so what determines the, a person runs for auditor for Mercer County and wins the election, and the commission then determines to only pay him 20,000 a year? Well, what's to stop that? That's,
I get what you're getting at.
Right.
yeah.
And I also see what we have budgeted too.
That's my question too, is I don't know
Right.
what we budgeted either, so.
And how many, I'm sorry, I can't remember, how many years was Shanna with us?
10.
Was it 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mercer County now, the sheriff, the new sheriff got the sheriff's salary.
Mhm.
Treasurer got the outgoing wages of the treasurer. And that's what it's been doing in this transition.
But the sheriff was already working in the sheriff's department, actually. And the treasurer, she was actually working in the treasurer's department, and now you've switched departments, though.
Yeah.
That's my only weird hiccup here.
I'm just,
Because I wasn't here when Sam was appointed, but why was she at so much less?
Cause it was an appointed
Because lack of
position.
experience,
And
Appointed.
which,
department, yeah,
okay, which,
she hadn't been an auditor before.
right, okay. That's what I thought.
so to keep asking dumb questions,
No, they're not dumb questions.
what is your salary today?
76,000.
As auditor?
Well, as the,
Actually, I haven't gotten paid yet for auditor.
Well,
As
okay,
the emergency
Because it had-
manager, 911 coordinator.
yeah.
That's what that is.
My only comment is, if we went over what we have budgeted, then we have to do a budget amendment, because it's not in that department's budget.
Okay,
What is
The-
budgeted?
the thing is with that,
82,198 according to this sheet. Then why does it say total budgeted salary?
Oh, okay, got there, that line.
for Sam's, they
For-
budgeted 71,560.
Where did the,
Because
like
these
Travis said, where
numbers
did
are
the
for
total?
2022. Are you looking at what I gave you, the averages?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was from last year, because that's the NDACO 2022 wage study. So that's what, last year Shanna budgeted for her wages. But Sam didn't, Sam budgeted where she was at was 75 cents more, which would have been
Okay.
71,560.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that if we exceed what we had
Okay.
budgeted, we'll have to,
For also, I'm also doing the full EM. Now, the thing is, what I plan to do with that is, with this 82, we're still gonna get our money back from that grant. The EM gets the grant. I'm gonna do it up through the end of the year, and I think that will keep us within that budget.
Okay, so
Since,
you're not going to
I mean,
rec-
granted, yeah, in the numbers, yeah, we're gonna make an amendment, but I'm
Okay.
telling you, I plan on, since I am gonna be the EM till the end of the year, till we figure out what we're gonna do with it, I plan on getting money back. So I truly believe that I'll be able to keep it within Sam's budget through that grant, getting that money back and using part of that as EM.
Okay, I'm gonna pause this for a second. It's 10 o'clock.
Okay.
I need a motion to, close accepting the bids, for the highway department.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Rick to close the bid letting. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Liza. Any discussion? Seeing none. Rick?
I vote aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
I'll vote aye. That motion passes. Let's, table discussion on the auditor's salary and let's, do this bid letting, just because that's a
Oh,
kind of an important,
Time limit.
sensitive, yes.
Mhm.
So, Ken?
Morning, Ken. Morning, Charlie.
Yeah. You gotta
still
keep
no
Ken in line.
donuts, Charlie.
donuts.
Hey, I thought of them this morning, but that doesn't make that any better.
You
I know.
you thought of them.
I thought of them and then I got distracted.
I'm
and then
texting
I
your wife.
forgot about them, so.
You made him laugh.
Every time,
It almost
Every
makes
time.
it worse, I know.
every time.
I thought about it and I still forgot. What's it bid for? Oh, yeah, yeah. Gotcha. Do you open them or do you have the attorney, state's attorney open them? How do you usually do that?
Usually I do that out here.
Gotcha. So you,
Gwen's gonna sit there, I think, and she'll.
I'll move. Yep. No, I'll move. You wanna just sit right here with them? I'll get out of the way. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that. I better not. So, first is, propane, and this is from Rude Oil and Gas out of Center. $1.19 per gallon.
And that's for what?
Propane.
Propane.
Sorry.
This is Fitter Oil Company, $1.29.5. Farmers Union from Beulah. $1.42 per gallon. Farrell Gas,
Who?
Farrell,
Okay, sorry.
$1.58.9. And that is it for propane. Next is diesel fuel. Fitter Oil Company. And like on these, they don't have a price on the gas and oil, cause it's spot price, cause Rachel has to call when we need fuel, and then they fax us their price, so. These are the ones that put their name in the hat now are the ones that she has to call for fuel and gas. This is Newberger. And Rude Oil and Gas. That is diesel fuel and gas with all those. Oil and grease bids. This is Fitter Oil out of Hazen, $17,081.50. $17,081.50. And on these, we got like multi-grease, windshield washer, fluid bulk, 5W30 synthetic for the county shop, and Candy puts in for landfill deals too on ours.
So that's the total based on the quantity?
Yeah, yep. The next one is Newberger. $14,000 even. 14,000. And that's it for oil and grease. That's not, oh, gotcha. Next one is common excavation bids. Hanson's Excavating. Hansons, out of Minot. And these two are just, bids for common excavation and rental of equipment. So it's another deal where they'll have a price list per hour of what equipment they have to rent. That, you know, I mean, if we were to need equipment to rent, that's what you could call Hanson's. The next one is Broncos. They're the same deal too with their equipment. And common excavation for dirt.
So that's equipment but no operator, or is there operator time?
Yeah, the operators
Okay.
are on, they're included in the bid price, yep,
Okay.
or in their bids, or their prices. That's it for,
So on those, when it would come to needing a piece of equipment, you would like call each one and whoever's
if it's,
the cheaper,
if it's available, yeah.
so to speak, yep,
Yep.
okay.
And
You
then
call it the first one that's
sometimes
cheapest and
like
then
for-
availability.
snow removal, like those, with the dozers and that, with those, 'cause we just got we don't have a wide track. Yeah, no CMP. That's odd. Usually. Right.
So no bidders for CNP?
No.
Okay, that's weird.
Okay, this is, tires, furniture tires. Lignite tire. And this too will be the same thing too, they just, for the prices, is what they have on, well, what's available, what they can get, that, we'd have to call those guys, Next one is Northwest Tire out of Bismarck. Yeah, same thing. And the next one is OK Tire out of Bismarck. The reason why there's so much is because there's all different types of tires, from motor graders to blades, I think to loaders. So, that's it for tires, for people looking for that. Okay. And RCP, nothing there either. Oh, I have it wrong here. Sundry's gravel. Lakeview Services, but it's underneath that equipment rental, this is one that was in the wrong deal here, it was, Lakeview Services out of Beulah.
That's under common excavation, or is that under, or are they under the,
Is there an
Cranes,
equipment rental one?
riggers.
they probably all fall under both? of them.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, I bet you they're both,
Yeah.
right, Ken?
put it under, there's not equipment rental?
Yeah, there's a sheet for
Yeah,
equipment rental,
that's what they're, that's who,
so that's Lakeview.
yeah, Lakeview Services.
Would they also
Should-
qualify under common X? And then vice versa?
Yeah, and should Hanson and Broncos be
No,
on
Hanson,
both as
remember, they
well?
were under common excavation, or, what did we put them under? Yeah, they're under common excavation, that's where they're supposed to be, Hanson's.
Hanson's is,
Yeah,
okay.
and they,
but-
I gotta look here too, what, they might add some,
Did they have
but
any
usually they
equipment?
have it separated. Yeah, Hanson says for common and rental of equipment.
How about Broncos? Just come.
They would have both too.
Both
Or
too?
both too?
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
And this is, what's that? Yeah. From Sundry Sand and Gravel, bid for rental equipment.
Sundry's under rental, or they're?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess here. They do have. Yep. D8 dozer, snowcat. Low boy service, mobilization of a D8, so yeah, underneath equipment.
Okay. Sundry? They're on mine.
Sundry Sand and Gravel. That's at Lakeview. And for crushing, Sundry, sand and gravel. Usually read these, they got a $5.50 per ton for scoria and $5.75 per ton for gravel. 75, 560, 550.
What contractor was that?
Sundry Sand and Gravel? Yeah.
575. Do they have anything on stripping? Any separate?
I'm sure they do. I don't see anything. Oh, yeah. 0.2 per ton, 0.25 per ton, and then 0.30 goes by feet, how much they gotta take off. Is it on? Oh, okay.
With their gravel, is it with or without jaw, the same?
The jaw is, with the jaw is 575, without is 560.
560.
Yep. Next is Fisher Sand and Gravel. They're at $5 for scoria per ton, $5.76 with the jaw, and same price without the jaw. And their stripping is 0.52, 0.61, and 0.70. Next one is Gravel Products. They're at $6.50, or no, yeah, $6.50 for scoria, also $6.50 with jaw, and without $6.25. And then stripping 0.2, 0.25, and 0.30. That's Gravel Products. And then with these, they have their bid bond, so I'll have to have Todd look these over. That's what the state's attorney does, the bid bonds. And insurance proof. Oh, there's a, figure there, this was in there. True North Steel, this would be underneath CMP. Yeah, and I won't go through all the, this is just for all the metal pipe. Let's see if sometime, I don't think that. Yeah, okay. That's what that should have been. There's no concrete bids. And the last one, I think, here is lawn care.
What was that, Ken?
Lawn care. Scott and Miranda Meyer.
Who?
Myers.
S&M.
Myers?
Yep.
Now you're on the prices or not, I don't know. Okay, lawn aerating, $347. Lawn care late May fertilizer, $405. Lawn care early July fertilizer, $405. And then lawn care late August, $405. And then, lawn care fertilizer, early October to mid-October fertilizer, 380. Insect control if needed, 300. Trees and shrub care on all trees, 350. And they're the only ones that put in for that. And then the other, landfill? Is Candy here? We've never done landfill before.
This isn't on for today.
Okay, let me see.
The landfill, new land stuff, that's not on for today.
I don't think so.
We've never done it with this. I don't, it must've been put in the packet, but.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
We'll hold it,
Maybe just
but
put it in there.
we'll get clarification on it.
Yeah, I'll see what Candy says, 'cause
I haven't
That
heard.
was,
That was the
that was a cropland.
But you have the hay.
No, it was hayland. I don't know if there's a difference between us. That's a Candy question.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Candy. She's never had it with this.
And she must be busy, she hasn't.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's. no
Is that
problem.
all of them, Ken?
Yes.
Okay, so, as far as the gravel question, we'll have to have Todd look at.
Yeah, the bond, yep.
Right?
And then on those, like, is scoria and gravel, are those two separate things, different mobilization, different equipment, or is that one
It's-
or the other, or like all together?
It's always usually all together, I mean,
Okay.
never, yeah, and then we always bring it back, the first weekend in May, or the first Wednesday in May, that first meeting in May, to come back, and I do my proposal to you guys, and then you
Yeah,
guys
Rachel
accept them,
has
or,
it all laid out
Yep.
for us,
Okay.
right?
yep,
So no decisions today, but this
right,
is basically,
right,
and
and then
then,
we'll give Todd time to look over those things, and,
do you have an anticipated usage on, like, CMPs and?
no, we
and
got
stuff
to
like that?
supply it, no, we should
Okay.
be, yeah, because this would actually take us first of May, I think it goes, when the time starts,
Okay,
yeah.
but I'm just saying, like, for us to compare some
Oh.
of these, it'd be nice to have an anticipated quantity,
Okay,
you know,
Yeah,
just
we-
depending on how
right.
we look at it. you
Well,
know,
we don't have no anticipated client, because we have it on stock on hand, plus, you know, we only budget so much for culverts and that like that.
Right, I'm just thinking on the gravel and
Gravel.
scoria,
Oh,
because the difference of tonnage could be a difference on who's got overall load.
right, right.
But we
And
just
a lot
might
of
have
times
to
with
make
the
decisions
crushers,
on
it's who we can actually get to, and when we do have a pit to open up, so
that. Okay,
not times there, one might not be available, so then we have to go to the next one, so,
okay, so we'd have a
right,
hierarchy of it, so to speak,
Yes.
on that, okay.
yep.
Okay.
Put that in here. Thank you. Yep.
All right, that should be it on bidding then?
Do we need to say that it's gonna
You
go
know-
on the May first?
Yeah,
Right?
it'd be the May 3rd meeting,
They have to
you'd
do
have a
that.
recommendation and we'd make a decision on. Ken?
10 o'clock?
What's up?
At-
May 3rd
I
meeting?
think so.
We'd have the recommendation
Right,
Okay.
at 10 o'clock, I
At
think.
10 o'clock?
Yep.
Okay.
Travis? We, Selms Avenue, that was actually scheduled for 10 o'clock also to open that bid.
Okay, yeah, we closed all bids, so if we had any bids for that Sims property, you can open them now.
Tiana Kelly, she wants to formally bid $1,000 on the property located at 312 Selms Avenue in Stanton.
Okay.
Tiana Kelly. And that was the only bid we received.
Okay. That one we should be able to move on, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept the bid from Kelly for $1,000 on the 312 Sims Avenue property? That's one that came back in taxes, didn't get sold in the sale, so it's
Yes.
been properly advertised and everything.
Oh, I
Right.
believe,
Cause I mean, we had it on,
yes.
I believe we advertised for
Yes.
that, so. if we wish to unload that property, we can accept that bid for 1,000, so.
And specials, there's no, like, do we get stuck with them or
No,
just?
as is.
I'm at a loss,
Yeah.
which property is that?
What's that?
I'm at a loss, what
The
was this?
312 came back in taxes last year,
Okay,
and then it was in the auction, it didn't sell.
okay,
Then we offered it to the city for $1, they rejected it, so it
Okay.
came to us, so then we, put it out for bids, and now we've gotten a bid for $1,000 on it.
okay.
No, it didn't stand there.
That's in Stanton here, yep. So, is there a motion to approve that bid for that property?
Also move.
Okay, motion by Rick, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Liza, any discussion? Kinda has mentioned if there's any specials on it, it goes with it, and essentially.
That's gonna be a specials, I wasn't involved in any of this, as this is, prior to my time on the commission, so I'm asking if,
Hmm.
you know, is there, I mean, you feel that this is adequate bid
Yeah.
for this property or not? I don't know.
The special she's gotta talk to the city of Stanton about, that's not
Correct.
us.
So basically, on a, property that comes back to the county for a lack of taxes, we have the tax sale, or the sheriff's sale. If it doesn't sell, then generally we give it, or offer it back to the city, for $1, because if there's any specials on it, the city is responsible for the specials. A city, in this instance, declined to take it back, it stayed with the county. As part of that, we wipe the, taxes, but the specials stay.
Yeah.
So if somebody buys the property, in this instance, somebody's offered to purchase it, there's no tax liability, but the specials go with it.
Okay.
So essentially, we give them a county deed, they're allowed to record that, they own the property, and then they're responsible for taxes going forward, and then they're also responsible for any specials. that are-
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is this the Lace property? Right? And that's what was on our utility bill, so that would get us off our, off
Yeah,
the
then we
utility
wouldn't
bill
have the-
also.
We wouldn't have the base rate on the utility bill anymore either, so we're standing. Any other discussion? Good questions? Seeing none? Rick?
Aye.
Jamie?
It was Liza.
Or Liza?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
I'll vote aye. That motion passes. Okay. Committee recommendation for the RFP?
On March 15th, the committee met, Jean, Rick, and myself, and only one we had to interview was Interstate Engineering, and this is for the structure 29116-20. It's the bridge on the Spring Creek Bridge between Beulah, Hazen on County 17. And the other engineering service had opted out about a week and a half prior to that, when we were gonna do interviews. So it was our recommendation that we do accept Interstate for doing this preliminary engineering on that bridge.
Okay. That's the recommendation. Just because I work for Interstate Engineering, I'm gonna abstain from the vote on this one. Is there a motion to, do you want me to turn it over to Eugene, or do you just want me to?
You can go ahead.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the recommendation from the reviewing committee?
I'll move.
Motion by Liza. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'm gonna give that one to Jean. Second by Jean. Any discussion? Seeing none. Liza?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
And I'll abstain. That motion passes. Motor grader hour update?
I think in your packets, you're supposed to have this sheet here.
Yep.
And that kind of breaks down all the unit numbers, the motor graders that we have, and a description of what type they are. It has a buyback on there, the hours during the buyback, and the guaranteed buyback amounts, and then the current hours, and this was as of late last week. So that breaks that down. Unit 104 is the one that the bids are currently out for that one. And that one also has 7,240.6 hours. And if you look, there's that 7,500, and the buyback is at 159,100. I did get a deal from Steve Meyer at RDO, in order to, with this 104, if we were to extend that warranty, for a year or up to, in 1,500 hours, it's gonna cost 32,268.
You said 1,500 hours?
Yes, it would go from the 7,500 up to 9,000
And when are the bids due for that again?
next week.
Next week?
Yeah,
Okay.
next week. So it gives us a little time to think about what we wanna, you know, cause the deal we're up against is if we let that machine go over that 75, like I had told you guys last time, then we're gonna lose that 159,100. He said that it books right, he came up and he, looked at it right around 124,000.
Okay.
That's
what it
what, if
books
we were
at.
to trade in, that's what it would be worth.
So we'd actually get money off of it if we traded it
Well,
in. Well,
we'd actually get more if we trade it with the buyback at 159,100, right?
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, quite a bit of difference.
And
they-
for, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So if we extended it for that 32, up to the 9,000, our buyback would remain that 159?
No, we'll lose that. As soon as it goes over that 7,500, I was to get a warranty.
Oh, even if we
right-
extended it, it wouldn't?
Yes, yep.
Okay,
Yep. Cause that's under contract for that 7,500. As soon as that comes, then it takes it off.
There's
Yeah,
nothing we can
you're
do to
done with
keep
that
that.
159, right? Then you would be down to that, what he booked it at, like 124,000. And that's why I got that warranty if we were to choose to go that way. I just, cause I think Rick had asked that, so we got that.
Yeah. That was basically my question that Liza asked, so.
sorry.
So we'll see
No,
how,
that's fine.
see how bids come in next week and.
See where we're at.
Right,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, I appreciate this, Ken.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, Carmen had talked to me this morning about emergency, and the
Yes.
more I kind of ponder it, I'm thinking we might, I don't know, I'm split because I had to shut down County 7 down by Krenzel's this morning. It's not over the bridge, it's off to the south side of that, it's over that, so that's barricaded. And then we
County
have-
7?
Yep,
Okay.
yeah, dispatch knows, they know all locations, but, so County 7, the Oast Bridge that goes into Curios, that north-south stretch, that's on the Spring Creek, it's about a foot over. And then, we had a washout up on, well, Lori Flemmer's to the east of their place, her and her husband's, and then, up by Travis Horning's too, a washed out road, not horrible, that's why I'm just, it's, so you know more about it on that aspect, if we should go that emergency, but,
And I've got one written up,
okay,
and, what it's gonna do is just open up our emergency funds,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and plus, if we had a federal declaration like we did with the snow, even though I don't even know if we need it for the snow, but I don't think it would hurt,
right, just to be on the safe side.
especially with roads going
And washed out,
closed.
right.
right now.
How much damage needs to be done to a road to,
It
any
is-
damage?
Basically up to us. This reads that, the Weather Service indicates, potential significant river tributary overland spring flooding within the county. County is currently looking at a minor flooding at Knife River Spring Creek, potential of a rapid melt, and that's what we're going through is a rapid melt, and you just can't, you know,
That's what's
predict
causing
that.
the issues on the roads is the
That
rapid
is
melt,
why,
yeah.
and culverts aren't
Right.
opened up. So, the impact of these damages, may threaten health, well-being, and public safety, citizens of Mercer County, which they very well could if these roads get washed out before, you know, somebody might.
'Cause I know-
Cost of preparedness, cleanup, repair, and replacement of such damaged facilities is far in excess of county resources. That means we get to go into our emergency fund right now, because we're not over our resources, but the emergency fund is another source of resource for us for this situation.
Yeah. And then if we declare the emergency and then the state offers anything, sometimes we can submit
Yes.
those and get reimbursement.
Yes.
So it's
I
a
know-
process, but,
Right,
'cause I know of several roads where the water's running over right now.
yeah.
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 So do we have to officially make a,
Significantly overnight,
Yeah, I
Yes.
did.
Yeah.
from
There's
9
an ice
o'clock
jam
last
right-
night to this
Okay.
morning.
Since we're here,
Right at the-
it was like,
right
you
at the
know,
golf course,
before,
there's
then
an
we
ice
could
jam.
do it, but then they have to
The night
officially
before.
accept it.
Yeah.
Yes.
okay, so is there a motion to accept the emergency declaration for the flooding?
Right. It's starting to
Yeah,
fall at
If we
Manning.
can make today, then
Today's the week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a motion to ratify the declaration of emergency for the flooding.
All motion.
Motion by Jamie, is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Jean. Just for discussion, like we said, we're basically declaring an emergency, what allows the funding
Yes.
of the emergency fund, and then depending on what the state does, it gives us the ability to recoup funds if
Because
if
who
need
knows
be.
how much damage we
That's
could
just
get
it.
from here to tomorrow.
Right.
And that's where
And the
it's
crest
gonna
is still
help.
expected tomorrow?
Well, I think today is the,
Today,
Today?
today's the end of it, yep,
Okay. Any other discussion?
should be,
Should be, yeah, yeah.
should be.
Okay, Jamie?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
I'll vote aye. That motion passes. Anything else, Ken, Charlie?
Yeah, so I was gonna mention the Mercer 27 overlay project, the final plans have been submitted to the state, they're signed, sealed, everything's buttoned up for those guys, so depending on state review and approval, we'll find out from them eventually here when they're planning for the bid letting of that, on that project. I would anticipate probably their, worst case scenario, I'd have to guess their June letting. Because of the timelines involved with the state, oftentimes we end up sitting around waiting for stuff to come back from them. According to their schedule, it won't make the May letting, but they may put it in it, I don't know, but I'll just let the commission know if that ends up happening, so. More to come on that, I suppose, and then the, Bridge 29, 29-134-20 on Mercer 20. We had some more developing news on that. The last time we had a conversation with the commission, we approved an alternate for a steel archway with concrete footings. Because the state told us that that was an approved method for an alternate, and has since been, no longer an approved method for an alternate. And I believe that pushback is coming from the Federal Highway Association, because they don't allow, for reasons that I guess I simply don't understand, they don't allow three-sided structures on federal aid projects, meaning they don't allow the archway, it's got sides and a top, but the bottom is open with riprap. They must see issue with that, using federal dollars for that type of infrastructure for whatever reason. Again, I have to apologize, I don't know the entire reasoning for that. So we've shifted gears, but we would like to, with the approval of the county, or the commission, to move forward with, based on our calculations, reinforced concrete piping, as an alternate, which, from our conversations, there's still a possibility that has a little shorter lead time than box culverts. That's really the only options that really have kind of been given to us by the state for use on federal aid projects outside of aluminum boxes, which I guess I simply just would not suggest an aluminum box here, but that is an option. So our recommendation at this point would be 3 108-inch diameter RCP pipes, approximately 70 feet in length, for this crossing. That's what would be required for the, based on our preliminary hydraulic check of it. And once again, shift gears and try to get this thing moving. It's a constant moving target, but here we are, so.
What's the cost on that?
It would be, certainly it's more expensive than the archway, but it's less expensive than a box. I don't know the exact number, I can get that for you. It's not gonna be as expensive as a box.
Have we gotten any comment back from the state on any of the submittals? I mean, as far as the review goes?
The only comment we got back from them, we just got this week actually, was on the categorical exclusion side, the environmental stuff from Kent Leben, regarding the mitigation efforts that we proposed, for wetland mitigation. They would like for us to not do what we're showing, which is essentially putting in trees and, creating a wetland area right next to the stream. They'd rather us widen the stream, so we're gonna update that, I guess.
What's to stop us from putting in a pipe or two and covering it up and just have a low water crossing?
So,
Cause we haven't had a road for 2 years, so we sit here and we talk about this and all it's been is talk. And we have no road. we need to do something.
Yep, you can do that. I'm not gonna sit here today and tell you you can't do that. Here's the problem, that this is why I guess I guess I would like you to consider take pause with that, okay? You have every right to walk away from federal aid and build this thing however you guys see fit, because the federal aid, look, if we're being honest, is the big part of the holdup with this project, right? So, you have every right to do that. The concerns that we have as a consultant, is you're walking away from money, right? That's available to pay for this project. And on top of that, we have concerns with you getting future federal aid on future bridge issues because you walked away from it right now. That is apparently a known issue.
And that's almost like, well, whatever.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Irregardless, yeah, I agree with you, cause it's,
Frustrating.
My
I don't know
question,
what else
Char-
we can do with this. It's,
my question, Charlie, is, I mean, I'm not looking at that as a walking away from it and as a permanent fix, but can't we do that as a temporary on the north side of that bridge?
a low water crossing?
Yeah, just for a temporary till we get this thing fixed?
So in order for you to implement, because there's federal aid on this project, low water crossings are put in all the time and without, if I'm being quite honest with you, without any sort of, Corps of Engineer approval for permitting. That happens a lot more than you think. However, since there's federal aid on this project, that's gonna get flagged. This is a known project underneath federal.
So we can't do it as a temporary thing? just
They'll
to get-
require us to essentially redo our environmental, rework the 404 permitting and mitigation efforts, and they will still require a permit on that prior to putting in a low water crossing, which is gonna take, that's gonna take you time anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So are
There's
we
no
not-
way around that.
There's no federal funding on the Shields Bridge,
There is.
so how did the crossing get put in around that?
There isn't a crossing.
I don't know of one, I guess.
The structure's actually still there, but it's only like, I think, 5 ton. And then he has to use an alternate route,
Yeah, they didn't get
Okay.
fully
He's-
closed.
right?
So there's not a,
No,
They're 3 ton, I think is what it is.
yeah, I think so, but he comes into the east of his place off of 26.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think we're all
This is a-
frustrated, but
No.
it's,
This is a
we're just stuck.
combination of a lot of really bad things, in my opinion, and I'm very frustrated. I've been about as nice as I can on the state with this stuff, and some of it I understand is not their fault, but this part of it drives me nuts because we've been moving forward in a direction with something that was their recommendation as an alternate, and then they all of a sudden pulled the plug on us now and said that you can't do this, you're not allowed to do this.
so this
So it
bridge,
starts the clock over.
the Crossroads Bridge cannot, for 3 ton or 5 ton, it wasn't,
They told us no.
Okay.
Yep. They're the ones driving that. They are the ones driving that. I wish I could tell you something different. The other thing we tried to look into, we thought, well, why don't we try to put a temporary crossing on this? Stark County did something similar, where they have a bridge deck that spans a bridge that is closed. It cannot be used. But they own that deck span. We looked into, we work with Stark County. They own it, they have to bring in their own crane, they install it. And it basically spans the bridge and then it rests on the roadway on each side of the bridge, and people drive over it. There's a cost associated with that. That is something you guys can consider. It's not gonna be cheap, but that is something that you could consider to just simply use this bridge or this crossing in some manner until we finally have something we can put in there with the use of federal aid. And I stress that part, with the use of federal aid. I don't wanna tell you guys you can't walk away from this because you have every right to do that. I personally don't recommend it, as frustrating as it is, because it's eliminating taxpayer dollars, it's free money, and the state probably won't give you free money again, at least for a very long time if you walk away from federal aid.
Well, I care, but it doesn't matter. I mean, are we gonna be sitting here discussing this 10 years from now? Well, they rejected this one, they rejected
still
this
not
one,
get
they rejected
federal
this,
aid.
this plan. And in the meantime, we've got a bridge, west of Beulah that's been closed, where are we on that? I mean, is that gonna be rejected and turned around, or are we free of that one? Then they condemn another bridge, close another bridge in
Which bridge's been closed west of Beulah?
17.
17.
Not closed.
Oh, it's not closed, it's posted, sorry.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
limited
yeah,
to 10,
yeah.
but essentially it's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Reduced.
for
Quite a
what,
bit.
what that road is for, it's essentially closed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sarcasm, you can drive bicycles across it.
Yeah.
But, you know, well, and now the DOT comes along and closes another bridge, and then we're gonna be up against this again. Pretty soon, we don't have any bridges that people can traverse over. We're gonna have to come up with a plan.
The conversation, the best way I can suggest we battle this is, you know, if we visit with our legislators, we talk to them about it, because there's no way money, it's one thing that money's available, that's great, but if you visit with a lot of consultants, their opinion is that we're pigeonholed into the monopoly of box culverts and the state's opinion on box culverts and what they prefer to be used. And there's essentially one fabricator that does the bulk of the work for the state in North Dakota that is so busy and so backed up with orders, they can't pump them out fast enough. So we're running into a situation where we feel like there's a monopoly within the industry on the fabrication side. In addition to the alternatives that are out there that came out, they're slim. I mean, there's options, don't get me wrong, we can put in pipe, but that's running into the same problem. Now, when you talk longevity and things, we provided what we thought was a viable solution, and so did the state, but then the Federal Highway Association told them, no, they can't do that with the archway. So it's just a culmination of a lot of issues that's very frustrating.
So what do you need from us today?
I guess acknowledgement, or the okay from the commission that we're moving forward with these pipes now, and understanding the fact that I simply don't see this thing bidding until at least August, because of the fact that we're changing things, starting things over. And we still have to adhere to their timelines on everything with the state.
So who goes and looks for the one that Stark County has? Who would go look for it? You or Ken go find out the details and more about this, or?
We can, there's products out there that you can, I believe, either rent or you can purchase directly yourself and just have available, but you'd have to rent a crane, you'd have to pay someone to bring a crane in and do it. Stark County's had that temporary structure in place for over a year and a half now, because they're running into the same issues with that bridge. They can't get any, there's federal aid on it, they can't get anything, they can't get a box culvert for it.
You know,
The bridge has been being used.
I've been reading too, other than just
Right.
Iowa and South Dakota, other places, same issues when you read about it, the same thing that we're dealing with.
Yeah.
So I mean, the end in sight is not as near as we think it is either, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. If I had to assume and I'm shooting from the hip completely, I'll be honest with you, Rick, I may be off base here, I'm gonna assume a couple $100,000 for that type of endeavor. Whether you purchase or rent, I don't know, that would be, maybe it could be more, but cost of cranes aren't cheap, and that's a Band-Aid cost for a short,
So another option is, if I can come over and sit down and visit with you, and we can brainstorm this or something, or see if we can, other ideas?
Absolutely, yep, absolutely. 100%, I mean, door's always open. I'd love to sit here and try to figure out other avenues, because the frustrating part is when you do everything you can, you get things in on time, and then either the state's not getting you stuff back in a timely fashion like they're supposed to, or they're promising, or the structure, if it's the supply chain issues, I wanna be very clear about something. Supply chain issues are just as much, if not more, to blame for this issue than the state. But in my opinion, my personal opinion, I think part of that is driven by the state's decisions to utilize reinforced concrete box culverts solely on these federal aid projects, and now they're providing options for us that they end up pulling back and saying, sorry, we made a mistake, we can't. Anyway, so.
I guess my thought process is we continue with the process, but if we can find a way to get that bridge open, I want that bridge open.
Sure.
So if you can give us what it's gonna cost, I mean, we got the Prairie Dog money, we got some ability to make it, that bridge needs to get
We
open.
gotta make it happen.
That's what I mean, just looking at any and all alternatives that we can find, you know, that, I mean, you know, like you said, we just gotta keep.
Cause I've been
Find
asking around internally too, and I was trying to recall, even if emergency funding was an option, and I forget. Emergency status, it's gonna be difficult at this stage to claim emergency status to get past permitting. Cause that's the only way you can get past permitting, but considering the stage of where we're at, that's the opinion is, of the folks that I visited with, it's gonna be very difficult to claim emergency status to get past the permitting process. No matter what we decide to do, we're gonna have to permit it, and there's time involved with that.
Mhm.
So you could still be looking at 3 to 6 months to permit something, just to, even if it's an alternate, even if it's a temporary solution. It could be 3 months before we could put a couple sticks of culverts in there and some dirt in the channel just to go around the bridge out,
Yeah, I guess we're hogtied but we just gotta
It
keep
would
with the
be one
process,
thing
but
if
find a
we-
way to get us open.
It'd be one thing, cause we've been moving along for so long with this impression that this archway was gonna work, and then that got pulled out from underneath us, it just completely reset the clock on us.
Another,
If I'm being totally honest.
another dumb question or whatever, if we do with this thing like this expansion that Stark County uses, we take it back off, can we store it? And we, like he said, we got
Yes.
other bridges, we can keep doing this.
Correct.
So we're not totally lost. then.
Yep.
That's a good idea, right? So if we owned it.
That's what
we
they
could-
do. Al Heiser would be able to provide some information to Ken on that maybe, or somebody too more. I mean, we work with Al.
Cause it doesn't look like this problem's not gonna go away
Right.
anytime soon.
I would agree with you on that. I would agree with you on that.
Okay. Do you have any good news, Charlie?
He didn't bring donuts.
I'll take it.
Charlie, you have one chance next week.
That's my last chance. Noted.
Okay.
No, I wish I had better news, guys. I feel like all I'm doing is feeding you bad news lately on this bridge, and I apologize for that, but we're doing everything we can.
Yeah.
We're literally, it seems like every time we turn around, something different is happening with this thing, and we can't win. We just feel like we simply can't win. I've never had a project like this in my life.
I think we need our commissioners to contact our legislators and
I would
Yeah.
agree with that.
pressure
100%.
them.
Yeah,
I would agree with that
Red
100%.
tape.
okay,
This isn't just our problem, it is statewide, I know that.
yeah.
Okay.
Something that
Okay.
I could go and- I don't know how to do that.
Anything else, guys?
I don't know.
That's it.
Not, thanks. We got, Paul Bosch, Skakaway Estates. I'm assuming a lot of you guys are here for that, so. Paul wants to come up, or whoever's speaking. Either way, either spot. We'll take a break after this.
But we should have has he got a map?
What? Go ahead.
No, go for it.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you. Can we get one for Rachel, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's small.
Can I get, yes, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. President Travis Fry. My name's Paul Bush. Want to take the time to thank you for visiting us about our Lake Sakakawea Estates Road. We have a lot of concerned people complaining about the condition of the road in the spring, fall, and winter. With the mud and relentless dust in the summer, even with a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit.
I am Brent Albertson, I'm a full-time resident on Sakakawea Estates Road. And I understand this year, to me, has been a long, hard winter. Maybe an exception to the previous years, but last year the road was bad and this year it's really bad. I have children that I drive to Pick City now because I don't want the school bus tearing up the road any more than it already is. Not saying it can't get in there, it would be tough, I don't wanna take the chance of him getting stuck and tearing up the road more. main concern is emergency vehicles, getting ambulances in there, fire trucks or what have you. It's pretty tough getting in or out of the road. I am there full-time, meaning I'm retired, not there all the time, and I'm sure I haven't noticed the equipment coming through and maintaining it the best they can in the winter, but it just seems like it hasn't been done a lot. It seems like we're probably one of the last roads in the county. I don't know if we're so far away. It's, you know, we're the stepchildren of the county. I'm sure you have a lot of roads to maintain, and I respect that. But I just feel with the amount of taxes we pay pretty high taxes on that road, I feel, because of where it is at along the lake and all that. It just seems like maybe we could work a little bit to get something better done with it. That is why I'm here. It's pretty tough getting in and out.
Okay.
Yep.
And I've handed out the copies that we had from Interstate Engineering. I know Charles is just as tough here, so I think he's gonna stick around it. As you can see, there's a base bid and there's an alternate one. It's awful small, but I'll try to get through this. Under the base bid to rework that road and to pave it, would be $712,554.30. What that includes is that road has got, the east-west road has got 2,600 lineal feet of road. And under that bid, it's 1,300 feet of subgrade would be prepped and then put down with 5 inches of asphalt, hoping that the next 1,300 feet could take care of itself, which I don't know, but it's pretty slim. So if you go down to alternate one, you can see that price is very much higher, but the removal of aggregate base is much more, the water is much more, everything going down that list is more. Considering that they'd have to redo the whole 2,600 lineal feet of that road. So per lot owners, if you do the first one, would cost each lot owner, that's 712,000. Each lot owner would be, we have 66 lots, so it'd be a cost of 10,789.31 per lot owner. If we go to the alternate one, divide that by our 66 lots, that would be a total of 14,489.01. If we had to use alternate number one. And then I was visiting with Dave Krasinski, who originally talked to Interstate. And if you go to that second little handout I gave you here, there's an actual road that goes about halfway in between, goes down to the core land, past lot 6 there, down to, what is that, lot 2 and 3. There's a road there, I believe is a county road also, that goes down to those lots. And that wasn't in this bid. So if we would add that into that bid, that would be, I took the lineal footage of that road down to Randy's there. And if you do the math, that comes up to about 10,799.31 that would have to be added on to that, which would then take these lots, this cost of these two estimates. The first one on base bid would then in turn go to 12,066.69, and the alternate one bid would then go to, instead of 14,489, would go to 15,696.39 per lot. So, you know, we just don't know where we would be until we would start doing this. But for the receipt tax year for 2021, Mercer County collected $125,784.23 in taxes from those 66 lots. This is the one, in following like this year, it's gonna be more because there's been, I believe, about 4 or 5 new structures that have been built or remodeled. And that's one of the reasons we're here to ask you for financial assistance with this project. I know, like I said, Charlie Hankins is here with Interstate Engineering. So depending on what you could do for us with this road is why we're here. We're asking for some assistance to get this road kind of taken care of and fixed up. One of the questions we have is, with some of your aid, could Mercer County do a special assessment on this road if we got, you're okay to go ahead and do with this? Maybe say for 20 years, so these payments for these lot owners could be stretched out? That's one of our questions. And then how many of those 66 lots would constitute a quorum? So we could go ahead and do this. Because we're probably not gonna get everybody to agree with this.
Well, I can comment on a couple of your questions.
Okay.
As far as a special improvement district, I have looked into this. I've talked to Dave Szynski a few times over the last year about it. The county does have the same ability as like a city does to do a special improvement district. When it comes to roads, it can get protested out at 51%. So if you have 66 lots, if 34 lots said no, we couldn't proceed with the special improvement. The only difference to that is if you guys have certain covenants or bylaws within your subdivision that dictate a different quorum, but that's usually for like when you guys meet. I don't think it would necessarily go for roads. But as far as a special assessment, if it's in your covenants, the subdivision can do itself. However, if it's not in the covenants, the county can do it. The county can assist you in a special improvement district. Essentially, we lay out a map on who would be in, who would be out. And then before anything could proceed, that would be where your formal protest is. So like if you got bids back and say they were within line with what Charlie did, you know, everybody can vote. If they came in higher than that, everybody can vote. Essentially, as far as the funding goes, the county can look at it a couple different ways. If we had certain funding available, we could amortize it over, like you said, the 20 years. Probably the most likely instance for, I'm just gonna throw a round number, for roughly $1 million, we'd probably get government bonding, which usually like the cities use, his name's Scott Wagner, he works with the state, he kinda handles pretty much all the bonding within the state. We'd have a conversation with him, he'd go out on an open market and get bonds, and then that's how we would proceed with paying it. One of the caveats to that, it would be nice to know if any lot owners would wanna pay up front, cause then that's less that you'd have to borrow. If you do borrow it, then it gets amortized out and you pay the interest with the bonding. So it really comes down to, you know, what the subdivision wants to do. Speaking for myself, I don't have a problem with going through the process or assisting this subdivision or any subdivision within the county. Typically, any county subdivision, if they have covenants, they have bylaws, things like that, they're more or less like a small city. They have some of the same rates, they just don't have all the rules in the taxing. And then you don't have your like mayor or commission structure. But there are abilities to assist you guys in a special improvement district.
And then would that go, here's another question then. Would that then go like this, divided up per lot? Or would that go to like whatever the lineal footage of the pavement and the redoing the road would be? Because
it can be done either way. You know, and we would take input from the residents of there, which way they would prefer. As part of the assessment district, you know, a calculation could be done if it's linear footage, which would be your front footage to the roads that were done, which is sometimes done in cities, sometimes it's based on lot. If it was a storm drainage where you were talking about how much area drains into it, it could be done on square footage, but typically roads are either done by per lot or linear footage. Was there another question back there?
I got a question. That quorum, you said is 51% or better, right?
51% to protest against it. So if 51% said no, it can't go through.
Okay, and each lot owner, since there's people that own more than one lot, so they would potentially have more than one vote. They have a vote for each lot, correct?
That would, if you don't have anything that distinguishes it in your covenants, my thought process, it would be per lot. So if you owned 3 lots, you'd have 3 votes. Unless it says something different within your covenants. So yeah, just because you own more than one lot doesn't limit your votes. Cause, and I don't know how your bylaws structure, like if, you know, if your fees are going up, does each lot get 1 vote or is it just per owner?
Yeah, this road is the, we've gone, me and a buddy have been cleaning that road, we cleaned it almost a dozen times this year, for snow to get out. Some of these, they just had to clean it. They come crying to you, and they tell you what, they're single, hey, they're all little,
Yeah.
loud, and it's dangerous. I mean, they get high-centered, and it's been I know it was a terrible year, and now their cars are getting high-centered on the mud, so, I'm sorry, Paul, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Charlie's got a question too.
Well, one thing I wanted to add to that too, you guys are bringing up snow removal. That's an issue, it's something to keep in mind, you know, I think, the presumption was made when this was brought to me by Dave, was, hey, can you pave this road? Put pavement on it, okay? Like, it was the understanding that, you know, we would have liked to kind of keep it the way it is, the same width, no improvement to the ditches, no improvement to culverts for drainage and things like that for snow capacity. If I was a betting man, without putting my own eyes on it in real life, I would assume this road's probably not built to county specs and standards. So if you were to consider that, and I'll be honest with you, I don't even know who owns the road. I truly don't. I don't know any of that. So if it was a county-owned road, then I would presume it needs to be built to county standards. If it's not a county-owned road, the option would be there for them to decide, okay, do we just simply pave this, or do we, and that might have to be okay by the commission if you guys are getting involved, or at least that's my take on it. But the ditches and their snow capacity, what they're able to hold, if that's a problem, maybe that's something that should be looked at, because maybe ditch improvements need to come into play as part of this project, if that truly is a problem. That's the only thing I cautioned or wanted to bring up, because that's something that maybe, you know, there's even standards on culvert sizes and types. I'm assuming there's probably undersized culverts that are running underneath approaches out there.
Well, I guess that was my thought too, is like, you put this nice paved road in there and get it all together, and then we got snow removal issues again, and where do we put it, what do we do with it? You know, and then we break up the new road, and then we got another problem, you know, I mean, we gotta look at all the things in this whole process, rather than just getting the road in there, so.
Well, I even gotta start off by, is this a county easement road, or is this a private road?
I don't know.
Do we know?
Do we,
It is a county road.
It is a county road,
Yep.
okay.
And, it was deeded over to the county, I don't remember exactly what year, but quite a while ago.
Okay, under that assumption, if it's county road and we do improvements on it as a county, do we have to improve it to spec, to a certain spec? To certain specifications, or can we just,
I would suggest yes. Minimum standard, yep. Which in my opinion should be 24-foot wide road top with 4-to-1 ditches and slopes not that aren't E-notched. And you're gonna
Well, there's I think I've been on this road, drove in there.
It's not that wide in some areas, and I don't know what the right
That's-
of way is available that's there. I mean, there's a lot of things that come into play.
Right, how many utilities are along the shoulder that would have, power?
Right.
Basically, power and telephone. I don't know what else would be up there for utilities.
There's water in there too.
Is there water?
Water, okay.
And if, that's all within that right of way, how much would that affect?
See,
We can definitely look into it, I guess.
And there's some legality that we'll have to check with Todd on, but,
Yeah.
see, I think what, if you look on down here, this is based on a 22-foot road.
okay.
24, I think we'd be stretching it. There's no use beating around the bush here, but I think 22 feet is probably gonna be our max.
Okay.
Charlie, did you put this together, so you put the 22 feet in there?
That was the average width of the road. Some areas are wider, some areas were like, I wanna say 19, 20 feet wide, some areas were 25.
So basically, you took a conservative average.
We tried
Took
to,
out the,
yeah.
okay.
It was based off of Google Earth projections, so we didn't go out in the field and like measure stuff. We used Google Earth to try to find a quick number for Dave and Paul. Yeah.
Okay. I don't wanna keep you here all day or anything, but there's a couple things that we'll have to talk to our state's attorney on. But it would be nice if you, as a subdivision, got kind of a preliminary thought on, is assessment gonna go through? We'd hate to put a whole bunch of work into it and then it fail. And then, just a thought while we were discussing here, like, we have, properties that come back for delinquent taxes, and I'm not saying anybody's gonna not pay their taxes, but what has happened or what it happens with cities, and I'm trying not to confuse counties and cities together, but like, if a city does a special improvement district, they're on the hook for that payment, and they collect it through the citizens. So similarly, you as a subdivision are kind of an entity, so it could possibly be on that association if people didn't pay their taxes, to make those payments, possibly. I don't know the legality on that, but that just came into my head as we were talking, but.
What, I just have a question to that. What would the legal aspect that, as our association then, if that person wouldn't pay their taxes? Can we turn around and confiscate that property?
That would be a Todd question, however, if it came up for delinquent taxes, it would be on that sheriff's sale that we have typically in like October, is that right, Glenn?
And
October?
now you're referencing like, say, the city of Beulah or Hazen, how they would treat it.
Yeah,
That's the only reference we can go by right here, other than our legal opinion.
So-
But in a city, yes, that's what would happen. The city,
would have the first right.
yeah, it has the first right.
So then, if I'm understanding right, so then the county would take it over, that property, and try to resell it, or?
Well, it would go through the normal processes, which is they call it the sheriff's sale sometimes.
Yes,
But, and
with what you're saying. I think if I follow your question, yes. So then we sell the property and for whatever dollar amount, a lot of times it's $1, but the specials are still there. That has to be cleared. So if, like Travis is saying, if you would be considered a special subdivision, even though you would walk away from it and he would buy it for $1, he still owes the specials to your
yeah, your improvement
subdivision,
district, yeah.
okay? And that's the best I can answer. Now, I'm no
Yeah.
attorney by any means, so.
And I'm not assuming that anybody would you got lake property, those are valuable properties,
Right.
I just threw it out there because that's just to
It
be
does
thinking
happen.
out, it does happen, but, I think in your situation, that's highly unlikely.
I
you know, usually when that happens in town, it's like a dilapidated building or vacant lot or something like that.
And
somebody
if
just
you
stops paying
acquired that
taxes.
property for $1, you could probably sell it for way more than the taxes are owed.
There'd be
Right.
a war
I would
on the
agree.
block just on that.
So to move forward, I'll have a conversation with Todd when I get a chance. Can I work through Dave or if you wanna leave your number or something like
Sure,
that, I can definitely,
I can leave my number with
Okay.
you and stuff.
and,
So our next process would be then, once you find this out, we would have to go and contact every one of these lot owners. Is that correct?
that would be the process, like when we actually get bids and stuff like that before it would go forward. However, it would be nice, before we started anything, if you had a consensus that people were willing to say, hey, if it's around 11,000, I'll probably go for it. If it's around 20,000, I'm probably gonna say no.
I agree with Travis.
Charlie?
Yeah, I was just gonna touch on that, so we did this very similar thing with the city of, was it Zap or Stanton, I forget, but they, you have a preliminary meeting, and you had estimated numbers, you didn't have hard, obviously, bids, but you had estimated numbers, and then you got the general consensus from the folks involved in the improvement district. Hey, if this were the cost, would you be on board, and then they would vote, or had folks raise their hand, and it's obvious, it was apparent that, there would be buy-in, or people would wanna do it. So then, okay, then maybe it's worth your time to keep forging forward and putting together a bid package or, whatever the case may be. Or maybe you need to look at making cuts, or we like it, but it's a little bit too expensive for our taste, what can we do to change that? I mean, there's value in that process, I agree with you, Travis, it's coming up with that, so at least you have an idea of what your ballpark.
Were you doing 4 inches, 3 inches of asphalt, or, I mean,
I think it was 5 or 4,
Okay.
I forget, yeah, because we understand there's garbage trucks that go out there and, those things.
okay.
Whatever, those are.
Just so people kinda understood what you're paying for, what you're getting. If you're getting 5 inches of asphalt, that's a pretty beefy road.
Yep.
Question?
We considered or brought this to the commission a number of years ago, and they talked at that time about going to full county specs, with ditches and everything else. And that would have created a problem in our development, because with full ditches and everything, we're at 20-some feet right now, but I believe that the right-of-way is 60 feet. So with ditches and everything else, so I understand the issues with snow removal and all those kind of things, but that made it cost prohibitive when it went to the full county specs. So we're kind of, I think, asking that we could do something less than that.
Okay. I mean,
And I think sometimes when you've got an existing area already, you may not be able to get to that.
right.
We have that all over the county right now. You might not be able to get to that county spec because it's already an existing.
And I
area.
can't speak for a previous commission, but
Right.
I think we're open to assisting any way we can, and we just have to figure out a few legalities and, if it gets, bore on the subdivision, I think, and generally, we'll probably, be able to go with that. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself, but.
Sure.
Your question?
One other question with that, when we go to our, all of the lot owners, is would the county consider assisting us in some way other than just the special assessment? Would they, because, even a couple thousand a lot or something like that can sometimes make a difference. So if you would consider assisting us in some way over and above the special, that would be great.
Okay. Without raising taxes. Okay.
Shucks.
I could say we could definitely look into it. I mean, I can't comment on the other commissioners, and also that's kind of a legality question too. Like
Yeah.
what,
Because and I'm just trying to think out loud, because I pay my city taxes, but when they form a special,
improvement district?
yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
Travis. Special improvement district, I have to pay for that over and above my taxes. So, and then they go and they assess every lot, what do you got here, the $1 million, and then they divide it up amongst the lots, and they say, I still gotta pay all that besides my taxes. I think,
As a homeowner, we're allowed to pay our own specials where we don't have that on our tax bill.
Correct, yeah, that's what I mentioned, like,
Yeah.
when it came to the point whether you borrow all of it or not, if a homeowner or a lot owner decided to pay their share up front, it doesn't go to your taxes.
correct.
Yeah. And then the advantage,
County donations for this road. We haven't done anything to that road for how many years? And I'm a nice guy, and I like to clean that road for those old ladies, cause I get Coogan and.
and you can't put a value on code.
But, yeah, but I mean, I'm not gonna be there forever.
I know, I'll just kind of address the tax question a little bit. And I'm not here to argue it, debate it, or whatever, but I know I've been asked that before, but your taxes are not just for your roads, they're for, your fire, your police, and for, you know. so
School
that-
districts.
Yeah,
You know, the other thing, I would,
So-
just listening to what you said, and like Travis said, I'm not opposed to any of this. Put it like this, is like, you don't know how many times I've heard it this winter about my road, or where we're going, or all the things that are happening. And I appreciate what you're saying, don't get me wrong. But the thing is that a county donation, or how we help, or whatever, I'd be glad to help with all that. But the problem is that we got 8,300, 80, well, there's probably 10 here, we got 8,290 more that'll be right behind that too. Where do we go? How do we do that? You know, that's the issue that, there's another guy right down here on this bottom of this list right now, it's the same problem. It's on the other end of the county. You know, it's like, and I'm not saying it in a bad way or anything like that, it's just, when you sit on this side, and how do you help everybody? How do you do it? Where do you go? What are the answers? That's what I'm gonna say. Where is it gonna, you know, be glad to help. How can we do it though? That's the question always.
but hearing what you guys are actually willing to do, I'm gonna basically agree with what Travis is saying, and we'll help you as much as we can.
And legally can.
Yeah. Very
Charlie?
true.
I think one of the first steps the county, that you guys might wanna consider in this process too, is determining true ownership of the roadway. I mean,
Yeah.
this gentleman may be absolutely correct, I just have no idea, you gotta figure that out too.
Yeah, and I know, I've been told that too, that it is a county right away. It was, but, we need to see that legally when it comes down, right at, when it comes, we just gotta see that on paper. I can't disagree that there may have been even a handshake agreement at one time, and I'm even familiar with a road that was put in, and the county road was rerouted, and the agreement was, you're gonna take care of this road forever. Well, that was a handshake agreement. Nobody knows about it anymore, so now it has become a private road, and it's not being maintained. So, we have to find out and make sure. Either way, we'll work it out. We'll work with you.
Another question back there?
Yeah, we did prove this out somewhere in the last 10 years. So if we do it again, can we make sure it gets officially recorded somewhere so that we don't have discussion again? Because the proof of the county ownership was done already one other time. And so I'm just, I know it's a different commission and everything else. I'm not trying to offend you guys, but
Nope,
we
that's
can make
fine.
sure
Yep.
that in the future it's recorded so that that question doesn't get raised.
Yes, I'll agree with that. It needs to be however recorded, that, yes, so this doesn't come up 10 years from now.
Yeah, thank you.
Paul? Did you?
One more question I have. So if this does, everything works out and this is a go-ahead, can this be based on a 22-foot wide road?
That we have to find out.
Yeah. And that's kind of a legality question. That's our state's attorney question. The vibe I'm getting from the commission is I don't think it's an issue, you know, but we'll have to make sure on the legality side of it.
Because if we've gotta go even another, like, he asked me the other day, even if we have to go to a 24, that's pushing.
Yeah,
That's really pushing. We're into the ditches.
yeah.
So
That could,
maintains this.
yeah, that could make it cost prohibitive and very quick,
Yeah.
so. Okay,
And then, how about maintaining the road after we pave it?
Most subdivisions are responsible for like chip seals and crack seals and things like that, so that's typically how I've seen it in this county.
Charlie, can you answer, do you know what like, I don't know what the one is, but up by Beulah Bay there that's paved in that subdivision, how wide are those roads, do you know? Off the top of your. Well, not in Beulah Bay, but next to your.
Yeah, the Lakeshore Estates,
Lakeshore, Dakota Waters, there you go, yeah.
I don't know.
I was just curious, and again, there, those roads aren't county specs either.
Right, and a private road.
But are they county roads?
I don't know that.
See, the way my mind operates in this, and this is, simply my opinion on things, but if it's a county-owned road, my opinion is that it should be built to county specs, because then the county takes ownership of it, they maintain it, and all of those things. However, much to Travis's comment with, improvement districts and subdivisions, if those exist, then you need to spread those costs out, within those improvement, much similar to how cities handle those improvement districts. They'll say, okay, well, we need a crack seal, whatever, or chip seal, whatever they do. A lot of times, unless they simply have ample funds, then they can handle that, and life's great, sure, then they don't pass that on to the taxpayer. But we all know 9.9 times out of 10, that's not the case. So, that's the only thing where I'm coming. It's no different than any other type of infrastructure, water and sewer. If you lived in a city and you wanted to be annexed in, you wanted water and sewer, you have to pay to put that in, then the city takes ownership of it, and they maintain it going forward. That's just how that works. Now, that may be a Todd question. Todd may have a different opinion on that than me, but that's my understanding and knowledge of how it even works on the municipal side, municipalities.
I mean, just like what you just said, is like we end up owning the road, we take care of it, and we bear all the costs then, and then like you just said, that technically they own the road and or somebody owns the road, but they're bearing the cost. So I mean, that's why you gotta kind of see where we're at here.
They're burdening, taking the burden of the cost to make the improvement up front, the capital. They're burdening that because we're passing it on to them.
Right.
However, going forward, we have ownership of that because if it's a county road, we maintain it. That's how that would, and it's no different, that's where I'm trying to make that correlation to like water and sewer infrastructure that sit inside of the town.
right.
It's similar in that.
In Lakeshore Estates, it's an easement within the lots, it's not a right-of-way, so.
You as a county commission can waive that 2 feet. I've built roads in other states, including Hawaii, and they weren't too standard. What we did there, we did the road, and then we turned that road over to the county after it was done, and they accepted it as is. So you as the commissioners can make that choice, tell him, Sonny, sit by your dish. We don't need to go to county standard, we'll do a good road, no disrespect.
No, you're not wrong.
We can do it, a class A road, and then you guys accept it, and then you guys take
The maintenance.
the
Yeah.
over on it if needed. I mean, I still feel obligated, I might have to move some snow sometimes, but, along with my buddy, but that's not a problem.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna disagree with you, we just wanna make sure that we're doing everything legally and,
I think the objective here, though, is that you guys want to get a road other than what you have, and you're asking if the county will assist you in achieving that goal. And I'm quite sure we can. Now, if it becomes a county road or a private road, I don't think you're looking for that answer today. I think you're looking if the county will help you move into that, getting that road done. And I think you got, the commission here is going to say, yes, we'll help you as much as we can at this time.
Who determines if it's a county road or not? Ken, do you have that at the shop, or is that an auditor's thing, or a Cindy thing, or how do we, who determines whose road this is if this was discussed before?
There is history on that road.
Okay,
So now, or what it's been lately is, what I've had in back history is the fact that there was only a few residents on that road throughout the year, in the winter time. Well, now it's gotten more and more.
Right.
Okay, and we do have a few residents that are on there that are totally against this. In fact, one of our biggest things is how do you turn a motor grader down on the end of that? That's why we have to go in there with the blower on it, with the tractor to come up there. That's what's taking so long, because we got bridges to open on main roads and other stuff, but by the time we get up there, I can't get them ordered, I can't get them turned around, it's tough, so it's snow. So, when that guy had called in, I can't remember, he's on the way east side, he had asked if we could come in there, 'cause down by his place, there was snow, and we went up there with the blower, blew it back. But he said if we put a pad back there to turn around, is everyone gonna put campers back there?
Right.
So, I mean, that's on my aspect of with maintenance of it. And then two, you know, if we look back, when Steve Mamer was here from Interstate Engineering, there's history on there with notes on it, and, there was like, that cost was $400,000 to widen that out. And you go out there, look at the road, there's, all the approaches are, 90% of the approaches go down to the road. So every time we get a heavy rain, it washes that road off, okay, the main road. So by paving it, I mean, that would help quite a bit, you know, and then I talked to Charlie, said back 15 feet. But,
Into approaches.
right, and there's supposed to be, like, what we follow is like, we blade it twice a year. Snow removal was never done prior, but when Bill White was a former commissioner, he had made a motion to do snow removal, so we started doing snow removal. But like they talked about, with those ditches not there, where, you know, we have a winter like this, where do we put it? Like I said, go up there and drive that road, and you'll see how narrow it is, and what we're up against. You know, an improvement would be great, but what we're up against is that, and the fact that, well, I was told in the past, if we need gravel on that road, it was at the it was supposed to go through whoever the covenants or whatever.
So back to my question though,
Yes,
you,
that's what-
who owns, do you know, or do you have the way to find out who owns this road?
In the recorder's office.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually by research, like, oftentimes when we work on projects like this, our surveyors will research in the recorder's office and see if they can find some sort of title or deed or whatever, that exists for it.
We'll find that out.
Unless, Shannon, you wanna go out of here?
You
Yeah.
let me know when you find that out.
Mhm. Yeah. We're gonna probably take a recess here.
I had to go early.
Yeah, so, thanks for coming. Let us do a little bit of research and then we can back to you.
Do you have any more questions, or,
I think for now, that pretty much answers them.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we're, like you said, it's getting started, and I mean, we don't know exactly where we're gonna get there, how we'll get there, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your time.
Yep,
Who do
thanks
I
for
leave
coming.
the number with?
Just leave it with Gwen or Carmen there,
Yep.
and then I'll get it after the meeting. So,
Thank you.
thank you. We're gonna take a short recess here and then we'll reconvene.
In the long run, it's-
My problem is, the sons and daughters are. So it's a different county. Yes. Oh, in your hair. Don't go away, Paul, somebody wants to talk to you.
Okay.
I thought about switching days. Easter weekend?
Well, it was the one before that.
Yeah.
That one took a little longer, I guess. Did you go someplace recently?
Oh, yeah, back in Minnesota.
Did you?
I'm gonna go with my plan, I was, I wanna see my cousin, he's on the Minnesota-Wisconsin border. And I plan to do that, not this weekend, but the next. I'll do that. Now, my brother's getting married in August. So I'll be going to that, I'll bring back in party and other preliminary stuff. I've got 2 family camping trips in Minnesota over the summer. I've already been booked, so I'll be going to
Now, it was
those.
just my
On
son.
top of just the regular visits to,
Now we have 3 more.
probably it'll be every other to every third weekend. I'll
So
be
you must have more.
going 400 miles
I think
one
we
way
have
at
still,
least.
I don't know if it's the Stanton Big City bus or just the Big City, I think
I'm
we kind of
just-
split.
And I actually
Because a
like
lot of
road
Stanton
trips.
goes to Stanton.
I don't mind it either.
Technically Stanton is
I don't
the, it's
want
the
to
center
do
Stanton school.
Minnesota,
So
anybody
anybody
in
in
weekend
Stanton
as well, but I don't mind. The girls and I are going out the last weekend in April
We have a
to
bus
see
that
the
goes
on the agenda now?
Just finished the 10:30
Okay.
so still where they were on the other business.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So that's why poor Don's stuck in here still, huh? It's not till 45.
For the rest of the county. Travis wanted it. Oh, it's went up quite a bit, but it's like, well, it's going out, it's gonna keep going up now. Well, keep messing around.
Your hair is getting so long. Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. Isn't it? Yeah. You know, some days you just need a ponytail. No.
No, I just need to,
It's here.
I don't, no, it's bid numbers, like, you mean dollar amounts?
I did, Gwen.
I did most of them, but I got kinda lost.
I got Jim.
I got like, I'd like to say I got them all,
Yeah. Oh, it is that one. I'm
but
sorry. That, you had 119, right? Rude was 119.
when we reconvene,
I
we'll
do
talk
believe
about it
so.
again.
Let me double check. Oh,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
be asking this
Paper's
question, so
fine.
you're not
Well,
gonna
it
get
hasn't
paid
been
Yep.
awarded yet.
60,000 for
I had
PM and 1,000 for
Oh,
audit.
yep, okay.
Pardon?
Yeah. You know what I mean, it's going on.
Right, but you're gonna get one salary from the company. Okay. And I'm still gonna ask that question.
Yes, and that's okay.
What?
Get the money back.
There you go, say it that way. Say it that way. Don't say it's for
Because it
money.
doesn't even mean.
Don't reference it as
I know you missed me, so I tried to
your
hurry up.
salary.
Come on, Judge.
And don't reference it as part of your salary. Because then right away, people get in their head, okay, so it's part of her salary, so she's gonna get
I had a
80 plus
reputation here.
60.
So,
And- Which
We weren't supposed to
ran
have
into
a meeting
issues on
today,
that.
so it's court. It's court Wednesday.
Well, when I made the decision, they were
What?
talking about 17 years.
I know, I get that.
Right.
Yep. And I,
You know, meter always, the rate just up. But they're not rate enough.
This year they've been
Actually,
right pretty much all the time.
you know, according to Back to the Future in the 80s, by 2021,
okay,
they were supposed to have.
okay.
We're not quite.
I think for like 2 years.
I don't know where we're on hovercraft, but
That's down the road though. But for today, we're gonna discuss your
Maybe I'll start
salary.
to pass hovercraft.
It's like they were talking, we're
Whatever
getting into
agency or whatever it is that does that.
snow removal. We don't need to talk about snow removal today. Let's talk about, they wanna get them. So let's talk about the road.
yeah, been there, done that.
I don't know, the senior business analysis sounds pretty intriguing.
Right.
some aerial
No one else will.
pictures of the nice ladies and
They special it all out, 100% of the dollars that I gotta pay. So, right away, people say, well, I'm paying tax as well. We all are. But it's not just for some thing. There's school, fire,
So this is,
namely.
this would be like up
But
the
then there's other
division above
services.
the golf course. So this is
Oh,
the
okay,
back
I
behind
know
the golf
exactly where you're
course.
talking about now.
Yeah, like the
County
house,
expenses, that all,
dealer's house, and
that's all paid for that.
so that's like the golf course.
What's the last number?
Yeah, I don't know when she
So
took
the
this.
ice,
But that's what I said, like, so that's enemies right there, when I came up over the hill this morning, I was like, oh, the water goes in that field now, because it's right, that's right there. It's all the way
Watering
up.
the golf course. I claimed it was going down.
So this would be like, so like, there's enemies right there, there's the golf course and stuff. And then this is behind the golf course, this is the golf course. This is behind the golf course. Heather Strong. A plane.
what's the hours?
Terrible.
They are.
I don't think, no, there shouldn't be anything down there.
This is looking,
So they open back up there.
this,
No,
this is looking,
maybe the one out by the bridge, I guess, but it's probably behind him.
isn't this on south side?
Yeah, it's like really
Oh,
bright and like.
I'm trying to figure out where that house is.
It, I came to
Whose house
town
that
about 8 o'clock
It's
last
at an
night,
angle
and it
there.
was,
That's
and
confusing me.
then the night before, in a 12-hour span, it didn't come up significantly, and then last night it came up significantly again. And then this morning I was like, okay, you're angry today. Yes, it was almost to the Century apartment parking lot there, yeah,
Right up
yeah.
to the hospital, and then it's like right behind the hospital, right? That's the Knife River?
Well, Carmen, what is it, Heather Strom, oh yeah, that picture, okay, so this is Enterbase right there. That's Enterbase,
Okay.
and this is the golf course, cause this is Dronan's house, up above the golf course. So this is the golf course right here, but this is where Dronan's and that's Kayla's house, over where Donovan's live, it's the airport is, Rodeo Drive, Rodeo Drive, is this road right here, so that, like, that's the same picture.
When I
we're
came
looking
in
at.
this morning,
So
they're at the
Enterbase
banks,
is right.
pretty much just a slightly lower than the banks. And like, you know, that walking area, last night when I came through, it was just under it, but now it's completely under. And they put up the, where you can't go down there. And stuff like that. So it was, but it was like,
Right across the
by the bridge
tracks.
right before, right
Like,
before,
there's the
it was
elevator.
broken up.
There's the elevator.
There's some huge
There's
extra.
I just zoomed in and there's Enterbase's main office, there's the grain bins, more fertilizer bins. So it's all, this is the railroad
Yeah, it's
track
like-
right there.
Yeah.
Right here is the railroad tracks right in front of Enterbase. So it's, when I came up over the hill this morning by like Mount Sampson's, I could see that the Enterbase field was full of water.
Oh, okay.
I'm just waiting for Rick.
The golf course bridge would be.
Because right now we should have.
Highway 200?
The Highway two
Okay.
hundred bridge, I don't think she's got it, like, it's not in the picture enough, cause it's probably,
Off, yeah, because the angle of this thing, if that's the
Right.
golf course, boy, that's,
that's it, so it'd be over, like,
Yep.
right here would be the golf course bridge. Yeah.
okay.
I'm gonna, let's call the meeting back. to
Okay.
order. I know Rick's not here, but I don't wanna be here all day.
Yeah.
We good to go on recording?
Is it started again?
Is it still recording? Or did you
Sometimes
pause
it
it?
takes a while.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it is?
We're good?
Okay,
Okay.
good.
All right, here's Rick. 11:45, we'll reconvene the commission meeting. We got Don up right now, so.
I just need to know if I can run the duplicate check through. Somebody forgot to cash one. I have a lot of those lately for some reason. For $60 written out from Rough Rider Electric. That's it.
That's it.
Seems like you guys will approve the issue of it, but
I make that motion to approve that.
Motion by Rick to allow the treasurer to issue a duplicate check.
I'll second.
Second by Jamie. Any discussion? Seeing none. Rick?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
All vote aye. That motion passes.
And then, did you guys have any questions on this stuff that I sent you with you?
That was held.
Till next meeting, because we didn't get on the agenda.
Huh?
We'll do that. Whatever, we didn't put that in the.
It's not on, it's not in our packet, but,
I emailed them this.
Yep.
yeah.
This is
So,
the treasurer's report and the ins and outs.
And
No,
then-
no questions.
no question.
Okay, you're talking about the specials. The little specials thing, is that what you're talking about?
No, that's done.
Oh,
That went through.
okay, then I'm just going to mind my own business.
Thanks, Don.
Thanks, Don.
Bye, Don.
Thank you, Don.
The only one, I got them once, but I'll check my email. I
It
don't
came
get-
from Alice.
It comes from.
Came from Alice on March 31st, it looks like.
She was on the ball.
I almost put 31 for the year.
Sorry, March 31st.
Having a
March
rough day.
31st.
But could you retire, Don?
Yes.
I still don't get one from Alice.
Oh, okay. Well,
There it
that's
is.
social service building? Yeah.
Oh.
Cause, Jim's here.
Oh,
Yeah.
you don't wanna talk about the social service building?
Yeah, we're gonna, social service building, I'm trying to remember what
All
we
it
have on
is,
that.
was just letting you know that the post office is looking at it.
Okay,
We're waiting for the higher ups to get hold of us and, yeah, but
okay.
Okay.
That would be a beautiful thing
I
if it
think the
does.
postmaster came over and looked, right? The Hazen postmaster came
yes,
over
they
and took
did,
a look.
Justin, yep. Keep it posted,
That'd be
that would be awesome.
awesome.
In a lot of ways.
Yes. Okay. Let's go back to the auditor's salary. We got a few minutes until the next agenda thing. Okay, so,
Okay, I had, one, sort of a question, concern, and, Carmen mentioned EM, salary. I just, wanna verify that, you're not gonna receive, salary as EM and as auditor,
No,
two separate salaries. Okay. You're gonna receive one salary as auditor, no matter what other jobs you do.
right.
Okay. Good.
all right, so, comments, suggestions, we kinda covered Carmen's requesting 85.8.
No, I'm requesting 82,000. The average is 85.
The
She's
one
right here.
below it.
Okay.
Right below it, sorry. I made it big.
Oh, if I read a little bit further, okay.
82,
It's
that's
right there.
I almost bit me.
31.
Okay. Sounds good, all right.
So then do we like when we decide what to do with the EM, do we,
No, so
I'm
we-
not taking anything for it, so
Right.
when we decide to get rid of it,
then we have, okay,
we're
Yep.
gonna figure something out during
Then.
our budget.
okay.
There's good ideas here, so we're gonna figure it out.
I just wanted to clarify that it's not gonna be an additional salary.
Right.
Right.
And the comment that Carmen had earlier on the reimbursement on
The
the EM
grants.
side, the grant,
The general fund will receive its grant monies.
For the EM.
For the EM.
Yes, absolutely.
is that just for the first quarter, or is that
That will
for
be,
the whole year, or how?
oh, no,
Yeah,
yeah, it'll be for the rest of the year. The grants, and then the new grant starts in September. Absolutely, we will get the monies back like we normally do, and they will continue, yes. And they, Oliver County will pay us what they pay us for their, services.
okay. All right. What would the commission like to do?
If we approve this at 82, do we go back next year and look at it again, or is that just?
That's part of the budget.
Yep, in the budget,
It's
it'll
in the
be
budget.
addressed.
So any raises across the board, or however we wanna look at it, it's always done in the
That's on
budget.
the budget too.
It's on the budget.
This is just for April through when the budget starts, yeah, January, right?
Yep, be,
So we initially budgeted for Shanna's,
No, we
No,
initially
that's in
budgeted
20.
for Sam's.
we actually budgeted for Sam.
for Sam, okay, so.
But when we get to the end of the year, we'll have to look at EM reimbursement, the auditor's budget in whole, and then we'll have to make any adjustments
Adjustments.
at that time.
Oh, yeah, cause I suppose Sam came on, okay, yeah.
Right, because she was partway through the year.
Partway through the year, yeah, yeah.
So if we do an adjustment,
But our
what we
budget
look
for
at it at
23
that time,
was
then
based off of
we'd be
Sam's
comfortable
salary.
with this rate for the rest.
Yep,
Yeah, whatever we set today would go through the end of '23, and then through the budgeting process, we would evaluate for next year. And that's across all departments, that's how the budget works.
Then I'll make a motion to accept the 82,000, and then we can go back to discussion if we have a second after that.
Okay, motion by Rick to have the auditor's salary at 82,000, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Jean, any discussion?
We got any concerns, or how are you thinking, or what, I don't know.
well, my only thought is, like I said earlier, is that, you know, I know Carmen has been with us for a very long time with the county, but she's not been an auditor with us for that long, so that's my only concern.
I agree with Liza.
Is that this, that's why I have a little bit of a trouble with it. You know, like when we had the sheriff, he was already working with the sheriff's department, we already knew, you know,
It
it
was the
just-
same line of work.
Right, yep, and the same thing with Dawn, and
And-
Dawn, she was already working with the treasurer's department and stuff, so this is like a whole new arena.
And Carmen, I don't
So
know, I
what-
don't know your
what-
background other
what-
than emergency management, but Shanna, I think, had degrees, like this was her
No,
background of
she didn't.
studies.
No. She has a 2-year associate's in HR.
Okay.
Yeah, and Shanna, you know, like hers, she had been with us for 10 years as an auditor. So I think that's just my biggest hang up or concern, is just that we have a newer experience as an auditor. We already know Carmen does a very nice job with being in with the county, and she's worked with the county a long time, so that's nothing we have to worry about, is somebody not being here or taking care of what they need to. It's just more about the basic knowledge.
I have 3 years of college in accounting, and I handled budgets in basically 3 different departments, 911 EM, for 2 counties. So actually it was 4 budgets. So I do have experience in accounting. I'm not coming
And
in here with nothing.
that's good to know, I didn't know that about you,
Plan
so
on
that's good to
putting
know.
100% into this.
Okay, any other
Is
discussion?
there any number other than that you're looking at? Thank you.
I was kind of leaning more toward like the 78 or so, just because it'd be a little bump up from what she was, but then we still would have time for when we get down the road, when we do the budget again, you know, to see how things kind of are going.
And
But,
so we can vote no and go back and do this again?
well, and this is just my opinion on it. And like I said, the biggest reason is just because it's a whole brand new area, although she does have experience in it. But that's why I would say more than what Sam was even getting before, is what I was thinking. But these are very difficult for me.
Well, it's a hard thing for all of us to sit here and do.
Right, you know, because I
agree.
know,
But I'm okay with that. If you
I know,
guys
but
wanna
it's
do
just-
that, I am okay, and I do
know.
understand what Liza's saying,
I know, but it's like,
and I would be
Still-
okay with that.
we compromise,
Mm-hmm.
compromise somewhere in there. Let's vote and then we'll start over.
Okay, any other discussion on the 82,000?
Just a quick point of order.
Yep.
The motion could be amended
We can amend it?
discussed,
Yeah.
and then either reinstitute the second or second from someone else, and we can probably.
So I can amend my motion from,
Yes.
Yes, you
from
can.
82,000, I'd like to amend my motion to, would we compromise, would we go somewhere in, say, 79 or some, 78?
Whatever, you're making the
I
amendment,
wanna,
so,
Second
I wanna make
motion.
sure we're comfortable, I'll make that when I get there, I'm just asking, where we're,
I'd be more comfortable with that, yes.
okay. I'd like to amend my motion to, annual salary of 79,000.
Okay. Motion to amend by Rick for 78,000, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Jamie. Any discussion on that amount, as far as the amendment goes? Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on the amendment for 79,000. Rick?
I vote aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Jean?
I'll vote aye.
I'll vote aye as well. So the amendment passes. Now, the motion as amended to have the salary for the, county auditor at 79,000. Is there any further discussion?
I don't know, this one confuses me.
Any further discussion?
Do we need to put effective date, April?
It would be
2023,
effective.
or is it just fine?
It's-
Okay.
yeah, it's when
I just
she's
wanted to
in
make sure we
office,
had it
so-
covered for her.
Yep,
I'll put it in the
Okay.
motion.
yep,
The original motion has to pass now for the
correct.
agreement to pass.
That's what we have, discussion. So, any other discussion on the motion as amended?
No.
Okay, Rick?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
Or was Jean that you seconded? Jamie?
This is for the original 82,000.
No, this is
For
as
the
amended for
79.
79.
Okay, then aye.
Okay, Liza?
Aye.
I'll vote aye. That motion passes. Auditor salary is set at 79,000.
Thank you.
See, Todd, you didn't help it out at all. A lot of, that does throw confusion in on an amendment.
Can you draw a picture?
All right,
You look so different.
okay. Let's, we got Chris here. Chris wants to give us an update on the building.
Well, I don't have any major decisions for you today.
Thank you.
We already did that, we made your payment.
Yeah, we approved that.
Yep.
So I don't have a lot of these, but I'm just gonna share a few. It's just some update report stuff.
We can share.
It's just more for your information. Nothing to decide on. Just kind of give you some pictures of what's going on. I guess I do have a few little decisions.
Chris?
I'll try to make them easy.
I'm start getting hangry.
Nothing that's gonna be millions of dollars.
Okay, I'll wait till he.
I'm like, where's Jim? I see it.
What is that on too? We want to talk about it.
Is this some of the,
I'll talk about this in a little bit. So,
disqualified for what, 38 or 48,000 out of the
It's part of the contingency that's in the original.
Yeah, is this part of that, would that be part of that project that we set that aside for, or is this something separate?
No, this is for the one we did like a
You
year
were
ago.
talking boilers on that.
Yeah, the boilers is different.
This is completely separate.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
so, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm just gonna start first with kind of an update of where we're at with the original project. I don't wanna kind of confuse the original project with any future work, so try to keep them separate. So, right now, everything is going well. Actually, we're ahead of schedule from what I thought we would be. I thought we'd be getting into a lot of the temperature controls this summer, but they are almost done. So, I did walk through the offices, during recess here, and everyone seems to be comfortable. Carmen, no complaints from there, so that's good. We did the rooftops, and that's the little report you have in front of you. We did those last week, Monday before the blizzard, and the crew was awesome. I can't say enough about the team we've had. They were phenomenal in how efficient and well they worked. We had the old rooftops off, you were gone that day, but we had the old rooftops off and new ones in place by 1 o'clock. So that was amazing. So very little disruption. We do still have some items to work out with the controls in making sure everything works correctly. We're not done tuning the system, but things are working to the point where it's usable, and everyone's staying pretty comfortable. So, which is good. No complaints.
So you waited until we have our largest fluctuations in the year to?
Yeah, no, well, the reason we wanted to do it when we did was we didn't want road restrictions
Oh.
to hold up the crane.
Yeah.
And with the amount of snow we've had this year, who knows how long you're gonna be dealing with road restrictions? So it was just good to get it done as soon as we could. And it worked out great. I was nervous that day. I was up here as soon as the crane got here, and I was on pins and needles. But the team was awesome. Can't say enough about them. So, lighting, most of the lighting's done. I think there's a few little tuning things there as well, but it's just very minimal.
I think they're all done.
Yeah, they've been working on it. No, that's all on that side of the building. That's not on this side of the building. We're still working a little bit with controls and getting some valves done over in the jail. But that, they hope to finish up next week. And, the control system's working, units are refurbished. So as far as everything going well, I couldn't have asked for a better team, and everything's been moving smoothly. So it's good. All good news. So, and then a few little minor hiccups, but Jim and I have been communicating daily, and it's worked out great. So, anything else to add, Jim?
Not that I,
He's your eyes and ears, so I just want to make sure he's good too, so.
everything's went good, so.
Okay. The one thing we did find that wasn't part of the original project, when they were draining the system to put in valves, it was the decision not to do anything with boilers at the time, but a boiler component is bad in the system, and it's the expansion tank. You do have a proposal in front of you for $3,250, and that is to replace the expansion tank. Now, that is part of the boiler system. It's not something that was under the original scope. There's a lot of items that were under the original scope, like extra lights that were forgotten and other items like that I've just covered, no change orders. But then this could be something that could come out of your contingency fund. So I wanted to put that in front of you. Another item that was not under the scope was the Sallyport heater. And that is a water heater, or a hydronic heater out in the Sallyport that's prone to freezing because you don't have glycol in the system. There's no freeze protection out there. So Jim and I were talking, we want to get you some options if that's something you want to look at. I would definitely not take option 1. It's not worth the extra money. I would do option 2 if you did anything out there with that. But that would just be replacing that water heater with propane. So wanted to give you that option there. Any questions on those?
Is it a propane heater now? Or
No,
there's
it
nothing-
uses water from the boilers
Okay.
to heat.
It's like a hanging heater, it's got a coil in it. and it lets out
Coil and a fan.
Okay.
Yep.
wind.
So this proposal also includes controls for that part, additional controls that we'd have to do that aren't under the project. Anything that's under the project I cover. So we had some points out there for CO2 or CO and some other things. That's all covered. But because it's gas, we have a few little other things that we have to add to it. So, but yeah, there's quite a few things, few little surprises here and there, but you don't get change orders for that, so that's on me. Some duct work we have to fix out here that just wasn't done right the first time. We're fixing that at our cost, not yours. So,
Just for reference for the newer commissioners, this project was being funded by our ARPA
Yep.
funds that we received, so
Yep.
it was a
Give them this and show them.
non-fund or budgetary project.
this is a little, this isn't the current project.
What's in green isn't it?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
actually, you're right.
That way some of them don't know
Yep, yep.
what we're doing right now.
Big sheets. I remember from last time. So yes, everything in green is what we're currently working on. I left that on there just to kind of keep running tab of everything that's being done.
Thank you.
Do you have one to talk with?
Yeah, Jim's got one.
Okay.
I thought you had it
I know,
memorized.
What's
I
that?
thought you had it memorized.
Yeah, right.
Well, I looked over this.
I can keep all that straight. So yes, just the items in green is under the current project. None of the numbers are on here for that current project, so all of the numbers would be for a future project or a phase two. But just so you can see what's included in the current, that's the items highlighted in green.
My only question on the boiler expansion tank, if we replace that and we replace the boiler down in the future, is that convertible? Gonna be used?
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be reused in the boiler system. It's not something that's gonna come out. The other thing that we could do is if the county would decide to wanna do boilers, and I know it would take some commitment, but, I mean, we could possibly hold those funds until you know a little bit more, if you want, and then bill you later, if that's something you just decide to do. Let's say you didn't want to use your contingency funds just yet. If the commission wants, I could get that fixed, and then give you some time to decide on the boiler system, and then we could either wrap that into the boiler system project, or I can just bill you in 4 or 5 months from now, if you want, once you decide. It's up to you how you want to do it. Just wanted to give you more than one option. I
Cause like we
guess.
talked, the boilers are gonna have to be replaced.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
However, this project's been already budgeted and it's.
Yeah.
Part of that ARPA, so using the contingency's already been included.
exactly.
It just
So-
makes it kind of clean.
Yeah,
Kinda stay with
there's
that,
two
so.
ways of thought, yeah, yep. Some people like to save that, and some people want to wait and make a larger decision, so I just wanted to give you the option.
Well, my opinion would be to replace the expansion tank. And
Right, if we
have
can,
it part of
and
this.
especially because we could use it possibly down the road too.
Right, that's
And
why.
Yeah.
we
It's
need
not
it
gonna be
replaced.
It's
Charged
nothing that's
again.
coming out
Yeah.
if you do the boiler project, so yeah,
Yeah.
it's, yep.
And the other thing is you might as well do it now.
And it,
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it regardless.
Right, exactly, and you never know if something might happen to it in between now and then, I think it'd just be
Right.
better to get this new piece in there before we
Yep.
have bigger issues.
Yep,
Okay, is there a motion to approve the boiler expansion tank replacement?
I'll move.
Motion by Jamie, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Liza. Any discussion? Seeing none. Jamie?
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
I'll vote aye. That motion passes.
so what we'll do is we'll write, a contingency request to draw out of the contingency account. So,
Sounds good.
and then we'll get that over to you.
Okay. And then the unit heater replacement, so your recommendation is option 2?
Yes. The difference between the two is option one takes the venting through the roof.
Okay.
It was expensive to get a roofer from your roofing company out of Fargo to do that. Option two takes it out the sidewall, and it's not on the front of the building where you're gonna see venting coming out the sidewall. So really, the extra cost isn't worth it, in my opinion.
I'd rather have it out the side too.
You'd rather have it outside? Okay.
Whatever you,
And
Yeah.
you've had trouble with this, Jim?
what's that?
You've had trouble with it,
What's that?
icing
heater?
out the heater that we have right now?
Past few years, it's actually frozen once, I think, and I had like airlock problems with it.
No.
a few years
And
ago.
Anytime you can avoid going through the roof, you'll be better off then.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep. But I wanted to give you two options, just so you have something to consider, so.
And this monies would be out of our contingency
So
funds as well?
You could use the remaining of the contingency fund. I believe there's only 10,000 in that contingency fund. So we could do the expansion tank, and then we could do the remaining, of the contingency funds towards this. And then we can write a change agreement to the existing project
And we could
for the
take that off
remainder.
building.
We
I'm
could,
gonna say you have enough in your building fund
we could
still, Jim?
use building maintenance money too, I have a lot in there.
Building maintenance, and this would fall under building maintenance,
Yep.
really, so.
And doing, like you said, Chris, doing the change order, there's some fees that we wouldn't have to pay, because we've
Yeah,
already paid
I-
them.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
charging you for project management or any of that stuff because we're already
We
doing
already
it
did
with the existing projects, so.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna double charge you for anything.
And I think being as we're, 90% done, I don't foresee any other issues with this
Nothing
as far
major.
as using that other contingency
Yep.
money for.
Yep, yeah, I don't see anything that could come up that you
That was
would
my
need.
question. It was on how
This
far
is
along-
about it,
How far
really.
along in the project, and, you know, do we wanna take this money out of the building fund and then save the contingency, but obviously
Yeah.
not, so.
Yeah, there's really, like Jim said, we're 85-90% complete with all the install. Now, we still have commissioning, which is on us to make sure everything's gonna work right, but, I mean, we've gotten through most of the problems.
Yeah, and for the newer commissions, the ARPA funds, have to be spent or allocated by 24. So,
It needs to be done.
it needs to be done, and it's also, that's what the funds were there for, so it's kinda like,
Do you have a calculator up there?
What do you need?
Everybody's phone does.
If we take the 3250,
I would make the motion.
Out of
to accept
10,000.
option two.
Building improvement fund?
no?
No.
Take
First
30.
get all your contingency done.
Take the 3250, what's left?
6750.
Yeah, cause there's 10,000 in the
Yep.
contingency.
yeah, he just wants to know how much would come from,
How much?
6750.
Okay, and then take
Add
15,220 minus the 6750.
8470? Would come out of your fund, right, Jim?
8470 under my building maintenance,
yeah.
that should be well doable.
Okay.
If that's what you wanna do.
Rick, you were gonna make a
I'll make a
motion,
motion to accept option two then.
and then use the contingency and the remaining out of
Correct.
Jim's maintenance budget.
So it's using up all contingency for those two, and then in addition, then another 8770.
8470.
come out of the building maintenance.
From building.
Building
Yep.
maintenance.
Okay, motion by Rick, is there a second?
Did you get that whole
Yes.
motion?
Seconded by Jamie. Any discussion?
Jamie seconded.
Yep. Any discussion? Seeing none, Rick,
Aye.
Jamie,
Aye.
Liza,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
all vote aye, that motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Now, in front of you is a potential phase two. And I don't need any decisions on this. This is, you got through the decision part. The only thing I'm asking you is this something that you want to investigate further? For now, you can see in big red letters, for budget purposes only, not for contract. So what I've done is I've talked to contractors, put some costs together. These are budgeted numbers as of now. Now, since we looked at it, what was it, last July? It's gone up about 10 to 15% since then. So just to give you an idea how things are rising. And I always tell my customers, if you're looking at a project now, across the board, on average, I'm seeing anywhere from 20 to 30% increase year to year on projects. So I don't mean for that to scare you, but I just want to be honest with you. So if you are looking or considering doing a boiler project, now might be the time.
You wanna maybe tell them what it all consists of?
Yep,
what we're
yep.
looking-
So you have two boilers in the boiler room downstairs. Now, those are not the boilers on the new section. They would serve, I believe, from here,
It's the old LEC building.
Yeah,
That's what it
yep,
is.
yep.
And the old part of the jail.
yep. so it serves a good chunk of the building. They are from probably the late seventies, early eighties vintage. They've just passed their prime. There's troubles with them. I believe one is hardly functional and one is kind of currently carrying the load. So what we would do is we'd still replace with two. You always want a backup in case one fails. But to do that, the new boilers will have PVC venting. We have to get that out of the building. You have, is it one or two domestic water heaters? I think it's one, right next to it, that shares the same venting system as the current boilers. So we'd have to replace that as well, so we get everything to current venting. Otherwise, it'll just be a mess to try to have one metal vent and then different PVC. It's better to just do it all at once. So it would take care of both boilers, water heater, and all the controls to do that.
There's a pumps in there too.
Yeah, we'll probably update the pumps. Yeah,
'Cause they're pretty old and
Yep.
outdated.
yeah. So, no, again, these are budgets. So I just talked to the contractors, had them take a peek and say, you know, just give me a kind of a high-level budget number, so at least you guys can start the discussions and start thinking about it. Again, if it's something you want to look into further, we can do that, but I just kind of wanted some kind of consensus as what the story is.
What's
So-
the lead time?
Oh, boy, that's a tough one.
What I'm getting at is if we made a decision in the near future, I'm thinking by the time we got stuff here, it'd be next year's budget.
It depends on the size, yeah. So there is a possibility if you approved it today, not that I have anything for you today, but that they could be here before winter. It depends on the sizing. And I have seen it where it's worked out and just what's readily available. Smaller package boilers seem to be shorter lead times than the big, large, you know, size of this room type boilers. So I would say probably 3 to 4 months lead time, possibly. So that would put us, you know, in that August, September, you know, by the time we get everything straightened out. So it could be done late in this year.
I think Carmen has, the building fund, how much we have in there. so
Okay, the
you got an
building
idea.
improvement fund is $197,611 today.
And I do
Okay,
have
so
that,
in your project, and this is,
and there's still
Okay, that's what we spent.
63,000 roughly in that, future building improvement line in the general fund too, that was what, when we did the carpet, you wanted to wait to see.
Mhm.
And then there is that 25,000 that will be put in the building fund again, that's future building improvements in the general fund also, so that's about 88,000
So,
something.
you know, a lot of what I'm hearing is, you know, you're short, right? So there are a couple options we can look into. I hate to say the word financing, but there is a tax exempt municipal lease. That's something that could be looked at, where you use, you know, you're gonna have more efficient utilities, right? So you can help leverage some of those funds. And then you could pay on it as a 10-year lease, a 5-year lease. I don't do anything with leasing. All I do is get you in touch with someone that does. And then there is a company out of Fargo, Kinetic Leasing. They work with your local bank to get that funded. So that's something definitely I can talk to Carmen about if you want to. But I'm not trying to push you one direction or another. I just want to make sure you know your options.
I mean, there's typically a cost to financing, but I mean, the financing might be short as like 6 months.
Right.
You know, cause we could have it in
Exactly.
the budget for
Yep.
next year. The other thing is, I'm just going from memory, I thought we had like, what, 270,000 roughly left in ARPA funds?
It was
yeah,
207,
because
I
Jim's
think.
project so far is about 542,162. So was set aside $1,009,000. So, you know, he's got right under $500,000, right under 500,000 because only spent a little over 500,000 right now.
So that's probably what's
I'm
been
thinking-
billed. Well, the original project was like 1,009,000,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's what'll be the final bill. I mean, in the end, it'll be 1,009,000 and change or whatever,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah.
Cause we're not done with commissioning. We got a long way to
Right.
go with that yet, so.
I'm just thinking out loud, but I'd like to look at the numbers maybe for a week.
Yeah.
And then,
you
I know
take
you're
your
not trying
time,
to push anything,
yeah,
but I
yep,
just wanna
yep.
look at some scenarios. The question that I had with you, previous time was, the boiler replacement, did you look at?
I did
multiple
check
sources?
into other solutions as well. I did check into electric. That would actually increase your electric bills by about 8,000 a year.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's more efficient, but using Stanton's electric rates and some of those things and demand charges, you're actually gonna go up in usage, you know, in
Well-
more utility costs.
Yeah, but what would be the equivalent of propane usage?
So I did, equivalent, let's see, where was that at? Right now, the year I used for fuel costs, you were at about 10,000 for your boilers. Using, what was it, $1.04 per gallon, which is probably low.
Yeah, cause we just
Yeah.
had bids today, the low was 119.
Yeah,
So-
so
that's
it's
why
a little low, but not terribly low.
Mhm.
And so your new, it depends, so I used, let's say, a boiler efficiency, saying your current boilers are 75% efficient, that would take your utility for the boilers up to about 18,000 a year
With propane.
with gas. So propane was about 9,000 and electric would be at like
18,000?
18,000. So it almost doubles your fuel use, or your fuel costs
Yeah, the energy cost.
by using electric,
Okay.
even though it's 100% efficient. But you get penalties, you get, you know, demand charges and some of
Right.
those things, so.
I
Electric
just wanted to
costs
see
more.
how it,
Yep, I did pencil it out, and I've got it here. I can show you this too, but, I printed one off just in case that question came up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not, I mean, if it's something you wanna budget for, it's not a bad deal. There, we could do a hybrid where you did electric and propane and have, you know, the option to go back and forth. You use more of your electric as a backup. I mean, that
Would
could be done.
would the county service have to be upgraded?
So that's some more research I'd have to dig into. This cost was based on propane.
Right.
So we'd have to look at the electrical system and add some things into there, if it can handle it. So there's some more research that needs to be done, but I wanna talk to you about it to see which.
Well, I just wanted to
go.
see like, you know, if, say propane got to $2.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
exactly.
You know,
Yep.
just of what if,
Yep.
we have the option.
That way we have
of
the option.
Two different
Yep.
sources.
or, you know, there's certain times. Yeah,
Right,
you know, so.
right.
I'm just like, if we're gonna do it, let's think ahead and.
Future-proof
if
it.
99% of the time, gas is the cheapest way to go,
Yep.
we'll go gas. But if there's certain
Right.
situations where electric is the way to go, I'd like to have that
It's doable,
option.
yep, and, you know, so doubling your fuel cost, basically, for your boilers, just the boilers itself, not the whole building. I mean, is that so bad if you have to run it a couple of times a year to keep it fresh and, you know, unless propane shoots through the roof, then you switch your lead leg, you know, that can be done too. So, I mean, there's definitely some options.
Okay.
And we can dig into it more, but, you know, it's just good to get these questions out.
And
So.
so that's the energy side, the actual unit itself, is there much of a price difference for?
Not much,
Okay.
not much. There's actually less involved in an electric unit than there is a gas unit. But I mean, cost
Unless
of-
maintenance, cost for the units
Negligible.
should be similar. The only thing is we gotta look at the electric service. So
Right.
that might be where we have some more costs, would be to add, you know, a new panel or more electric service. So, I'm sure you have enough to the building, it's just, we may need new breakers and switchgear and some of that stuff down in the boiler room to do it. But I'll get Mark Olson over to take a look, we'll get some preliminary numbers. And I can definitely give you two options. If you wanna look at boilers in the coming year, I can do a propane, I can do propane electric, I can do all electric, and give you those three options if that's something you wanna look at.
I think it would be nice,
Yeah, I think for budgetary purposes and.
Yeah.
And I mean,
And future.
in
Yep.
future, and I like having an option, like, you know.
Absolutely.
Who says, you know, typically, we have enough storage of propane, it's not a big deal.
Right,
I mean, you never know.
Yep.
And
absolutely.
So.
I can
And if there
definitely
was
work
a
that out.
scenario where, you know, we never know, but, like, let's say, like Rick said, maybe one year we have a $4 propane, but we still have it in stock, cause we got a few components that are
Mhm.
propane. We run the electric boiler system,
Just to offset
then
it.
all of a sudden we have some major event like in Texas, where they're browning us out. Well, to keep the building warm, we just burn
Yep.
that $4 propane,
Right, right,
and we don't freeze up pipes, we don't.
exactly.
So I'm just
Yep.
contingency.
Yep,
And if it's-
absolutely.
If it's not that much of an investment, it just gives us options.
Right,
I'd much rather, what you're saying, I'd much rather be, saying, darn, I'd much rather say, geez, I'm glad we did that, rather than darn, I
Yes.
wish we would.
Yeah,
why
we had the
didn't we do
opportunity
it?
and we didn't.
Exactly.
Well,
Yep.
especially when stuff is increasing so rapidly year to year.
It's refreshing to hear this, because usually when I say, well, it's gonna increase your utility costs by, you know, they're gonna double, people are like, oh, no, I don't even wanna look at that. But I like the forward thinking. That's what I like to do, so I totally get where you're coming from, and I'm on the same page, so
Okay.
we'll get that done. But yeah, about a month, and I hope to have some concrete numbers if that's something you wanna look at. So,
I think we should.
okay,
Let's go that direction, and
Okay.
then that'll help with our
yep.
budgeting and,
Absolutely.
you know,
So, it's still, I think we're still early enough that if we wanted to do something this summer, we could. eh, Right now, I mean, of course, if we wait till June, it might be tough, but, yeah, if we can get something now, I'll get some answers from contractors too on lead times, and I'll call manufacturers and find out. So.
Okay.
And then I'll know more for the next meeting, so,
yeah, and we.
in about a month.
We have some financing options too. I mean, we got
Yeah,
CDs and things like that. We could,
okay,
you know, possibly take something and forego the interest on the CD until,
Yep.
there's options.
and then there is, I can check with USDA, they do have low interest financing option. We can, I think the Coal Impact Trust Fund is just for schools, but I can do some checking. I know Center School used that recently for emergency repair. It does have to be an emergency, so it's up to them what they classify as an emergency.
I'd rather replace it prior to an emergency.
Right, exactly, right? Let's be proactive, not reactive, yeah.
Okay.
The only other thing that I would maybe look at, oh yeah, and then for phase 3, we were talking about chillers. So,
Talking about
for the
what?
new commissioners, replacing the chillers, the cooling units that do that. So, I mean, that's not anything that would have to be done this summer. They're functional. But just to be, again, proactive and not reactive, that might be something we look at in a couple of years' time here, so.
Cause one of them is original from the old LEC was built. And the other one is 2008, I think.
Okay.
So they're getting up there too, so that original one is you're gonna have a hard time getting parts for some of that stuff again, so.
And that's the cooling tower stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically an air conditioner that cools water, you know, the reverse of a boiler. so,
Typically, they're like a 15 to 20-year
yeah.
lifespan,
Yeah.
so we're at.
You're past that, but you know, that's the way everything goes. The only other thing that I would consider maybe doing, sooner would be, now that you've done lighting on the other side of the building, try to keep that consistency to, like, the lights in here, and converting those to LED. It's not a high dollar amount, I'll throw that in as an option. You can take it out, you can do whatever you want with it, but I'll show you that. Just to get this side of the building on the same vintage and the same technology as the rest of the building, wouldn't be a bad idea, so.
We changed, there was programs, I don't know if there still are, for converting to LEDs from the government's paying part of this stuff. There was some stuff, this about 4 or 5 years ago, but there was some stuff available. We did a bunch of that at the schools, and different things
Yep,
are qualified and some are not.
Yep.
But LED lights, if you were change over to lights, there was some
right.
options there. that
So
they
the,
would-
the state has what they call the North Dakota Energy Conservation Grant. It's through the feds, but it's ran by the state Department of Commerce. So I'm working on that for your first phase of your project. But I can also look at it for this. They're really picky on their requirements. It's gotta have a 10-year payback or less. So you have T8 lamps or bulbs in here. If you have the T12s, the thicker ones, those would easily qualify and get you that 10-year energy savings. But with these, it's gonna be close, but we'll see what we can do. And then, I mean, I'm gonna look at it for your boilers, everything, but if we can get some grant money for it, why not, right? But yeah, it's hard to meet that 10-year payback with the costs of equipment rising so much. That's the tough part, you know? It's not as nice as it used to be, you know, when things were cost us less, right? I wish they would expand that to 15 years. A lot more things could be covered. The other problem that I saw is, I don't know for sure, but I think when they did the ESSER funds for schools, some people were taking ESSER funds and then turning around and using that to qualify for the energy conservation grant if they did anything that qualified. So at one time when I called Commerce, the fund was pretty much dry, and they were taking applications, and you didn't know if it was gonna be funded or not. So I will check now that with legislative session if they refunded some of that too. So, cause it was kind of combination federal and state. But I'll do some more research on it. But yeah, I'll give you that as an option. And then really all that'll be left for the main things is the chiller when you're ready for that, so. Not as big of a project. We'll whittle these down little by little, right? So. But you got the big stuff out of the way, which is good. And I'm here to help, answer questions. You let me know what you need. You know, I think you all have my email. So,
Do we need to call Bill and them guys and Jack to, our funds up to 15?
it'd be nice, but yeah.
I was gonna say, just report it in Bitcoin and then.
Right. And then as far as phase 2, according to the contract, we can just amend the existing contract and add it to. It doesn't matter for us where you take the funds from. It's just, you just have a contract with us, whether it's ARPA or building fund or whatever, that doesn't matter to us. So, if you want, we can just amend the contract, or we could go back and do the RFP process again. It's up to you, so. 2 ways of thinking.
That's
It's-
probably a state's attorney question, if
Yep.
it's over a certain amount,
Yep,
you know, sometimes, but then there's also exceptions to that. when you
right.
have existing
Well, we're not
contracts.
finished with phase 1 and yeah, so. But we'll leave that up to you to decide how you want to do that. You just let me know and I'll prepare everything for you.
Okay.
So,
Sounds good.
make it as painless as possible. So,
I like it.
Thanks, Chris.
no problem.
I like the painless part, not the possible.
We'll make it pretty painless, so. Well, thank you for your time, and again, if any questions, concerns, don't hesitate to let me know.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thanks, Jim.
Portfolio updates, Liza already gave hers. Jamie, you're
Jim and Chris gave the majority of mine for Jim. Talked to Candy, she's got some water issues out there with standing water. They'll take some time, they're pumping it and trying to get it out. It'll just take a little spring drying time. Otherwise, pretty status quo. So, picking up garbage, she said, I think the wind caused some issues. But that's all I got.
So that's usually how that goes. I guess as far as my updates, Water Resource Board hasn't met since February. We've kind of talked a little bit about P and Z. That's next week. I went to a Vision West meeting in Killdeer a couple weeks ago. Pretty good program. They're selling raffle tickets if anybody's interested in raffle tickets.
I got one.
You got one?
I got one from Buster.
All right, but yeah, they got some pretty good prizes on there. The top prize is half a beef cut and wrapped, which is about I would say it was like a $1,500 value. So, I mean, that's pretty good. McEd met yesterday. They're looking at a due structure. The last time they kind of asked for dues was 2004. So they're contemplating coming out with a due structure. The board tabled what they had proposed, but they're gonna reach out to the entities and kind of show what they're requesting. Mercer County's going from memory. In 2004, I think we paid $2,636. They're looking at 3,500, I believe. Or no, wait, that was Beulah. I think they're asking let me think again. I think it was 6,000 that Mercer County paid in 2004. They're asking 8. But they're also possibly gonna come to us and maybe ask for a mill levy that would be given to MECED. So just wanted to give everybody an update on that. Basically what I told them is that we could likely put it in our preliminary budget and see how our budget looks before we could make a final decision on that. But just kind of a heads up that they're gonna be coming requesting. And I think that's all that I have to report today.
Can I add one thing I forgot? We had an LAPC meeting after our last commission meeting. That's what it was, the 16th. So we had a good meeting, then we had a flood meeting, and now we have a training exercise coming up beginning of May. Yep. That's what I was gonna add.
Awesome. Rick?
Okay, I'll start with the road. I was instructed from Terry and Todd, and we are to take the Jersey barriers off of County Road 20. I told them about it yesterday. I started with Joel Katormson, and he's gonna help me build a program for, it's no cost to the county that I know of at this time. We wanna do a training program for our operators. He's gonna help me build something that we can help train our road operators. What else do we have with the road? Some of the stuff, the issues with Hoots here, we talked about it briefly before with with Dunn County, and we had some questions on that. I don't know what else we had on the road. There was a few other items, small ones, but they're escaping me right now. I talked with Recorder, with Shannon, and they had no outstanding issues, or with Veterans Office. Dakota Central Services, they've hired their people, and they're moving forward. Their budget is fairly well on track there. I don't totally know what I'm doing over there yet. I'm still figuring out what everything is over there yet. The West Cluster Health was in January and March. I still have not found where they gotta go yet. So P and Z is, we touched on that. We've had about, what do we got? 2 more solar people that are interested in solar. That, again, they want to have another meeting this next week with attending that solar. And I guess the other one was, the P and Z was, Well, we talked about most of that already today with the, that is where I'm at with everything that I got. I got, Fair Board yet too. There, I mean, we're just about, we have everything pretty much in place other than the advertising, getting that off the ground. We started our sponsorship drives. If anybody wants to donate, you can. No, but, no, that's going well. I mean, we're getting it going and, that's getting started. And I guess the thing about that is that kinda hard to believe that we're like 100 days away. I mean, it's not very far off. It's almost here already again, so.
I think, Rick, didn't you check on sand, like we have sandbags, but we don't have sand for
Yes, that's the other
community
one.
members, right?
Yeah, and I did check,
Check from-
I don't know if that's something we want, you said we've never done it, I
No,
don't know.
well, the only time like when we have a big impending flood, then we will provide sand, but a place where they put it, the cities do it, county shop does it, but the people have to come and they fill their own bags, but that's in an emergency where,
Well, yes.
we're here, we were giving them out for people that wanted to sandbag, and those we don't charge, cause we have like 70,000.
We had 75,000 of them.
Right.
And, but we have no sand.
No, the people have to, they're gonna use them in their homes and they have to put their own sand in them.
Right.
The county shop
Where do they
has
get the
sand
sand
for
from?
us.
Where do they get the sand? They gotta go wherever?
Well, you got Strata, they can call Strata, that's the main
That's what I was
place.
wondering.
Yeah,
Do we get a truckload of sand and park one down here in this end and one in that?
no, we don't give it to them.
That's what I was
They
questioning.
have
I didn't know. That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
we never have, it's never,
Okay.
unless it's an emergency, then we set them up, we have volunteers, but it's maintained, and you take records of it, you know,
'Cause I
because
did check-
everybody's in it together, this is an
It's about
emergency.
$400 for a load of wash sand for a, end dump load, about 20 ton. So, I don't know, it was just, I just thought I'd check, cause I didn't know what the protocol was and how to handle it or what we were gonna do, so.
Right. Yes.
Anything else, Rick?
That's all I had, and I'm glad, thanks, Jamie. I forgot.
Well, I had talked to Carmen about it and then you took it to the road, so.
Okay, Jean?
I have nothing.
All right, can we get Todd back in here?
I just briefly too, with the sheriff's department, that, Terry's dad passed away, they didn't know him.
I think funeral is Friday, I believe. Funeral is Friday, I believe,
Yeah.
for his dad. Passed
So
away on
I really haven't been there to bug him, so I haven't.
No, I think
Huh?
he deserves a space.
That's right, that's why I said I have nothing to report there, so.
I think our road department's gonna be pretty busy here in about a week.
Do we have any signs for the?
Do we have signs for the doors,
You have signs,
for the executive session?
Usually we have little signs,
right, do you put them on both doors then?
That door,
One,
that door,
two,
that
three.
All three of them?
Yep. Just trying to get ready with everything so we can.
Getting Joel, and he said he was gonna get, I don't know, he said he'd probably go out and work with the operators, go and you'll have find some more. He asked me how we wanna do it, I said, that's, right now, I said, where's the entrance stages, we'll just start building and working on, it, figure out what we do. He'd be the best one I know to get started with, and he's got other ideas and people that he knows too.
You got the signs?
Teach him.
I'll
Who's
go.
it? Our supervisor.
You can go tell her you got 'em.
Set up.
Yeah,
So,
I think
not
so.
late training.
I think that's what Carmen went.
Oh, man?
Gotta go into it before I leave.
Oh.
Sorry, just had to step out and take care of a couple little issues.
Yeah, I always forget, we should just laminate it.
Right? Wouldn't hurt. Thanks, Glenn.
Actually, if I may amend a bit, for the opiate litigation, we can discuss that in open session upon further review.
Okay.
So, have a seat, Daniel.
Oh, so then did Carmen?
Then we don't have to do
Then
the
we don't need
signs.
signs.
For the opiate litigation.
Oh, you
it
did?
doesn't
I think
need
that's
to
what
be
Carmen wanted to do.
Executive, there might be something else, but.
Okay.
Okay, so as of right now, we're not gonna go into executive session,
Not
okay,
at this moment.
that's fine.
I just wanna give an update where we're at, and then I need a decision of, what the commission wants to do. There's 2 points that came up on the opiate litigation. Point number 1, is that the firm that is doing this nationwide litigation on behalf of the political subdivisions has found that one of the defendants, I think I sent the letter out so that each of you got it, Covidine, I might be pronouncing their name wrong. The attorney wants to release them as a defendant. Doing some brief research, this goes back to what I thought earlier, that I wasn't sure why they were included. They didn't, it's my understanding, and they now confirm that with discovery, according to Zach, the paralegal who's leading that part of the team. They did not manufacture, they did not market, they did not send pharmaceutical reps out to move any of the opioid medications that are subject to this. Their mere involvement was pretty minor. An example that was given to me, which I'd learned from a completely independent source, a trucker, is that Covidine, when they would have short loads, the manufacturers who were shipping to distribution points would basically sublease space on the truck so that their non-opiate meds were traveling with some of the still named defendants. They just need our consent to let this company out of the lawsuit by stipulating that they'll be removed as a defendant. My advice to the commission is this is going to be done whether we agree or not, because a court presented with the evidence would have to rule a summary judgment in front of that, for that company, in favor of that company. I don't see any reason for the commission to stand in the way of it. We're one of thousands of political subdivisions that are involved in this class action. So I would like the commission's permission to notify the council that we are not objecting to them dismissing the charges against this particular company.
Okay, do you need a motion on that, or just a directive, or?
A directive would suffice. I'd prefer that we have a vote, just because the next item we're talking about will require a vote also. And eventually down the road, somebody could argue that this should be a vote, so yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud. I got over one bug and woke up with another one this morning. The last 6 months have been one after another.
Okay.
That's why I'm seated here and
Yeah.
not next to the ladies. I'm trying to keep this as far away as possible.
So the motion would be to not stand in the way of the.
Yeah, to allow the state's attorney to direct the attorney to act as they've requested.
So moved.
Motion by Gene, seconded by Rick. Any discussion? Seeing none. Gene?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
I'll vote aye. That motion passes.
Thank you. I will notify them immediately. The next item is that there's a partial settlement as to a number of defendants. This includes companies such as Walgreens, Walmart Pharmaceutical. And the first question that anybody should ask in that is, North Dakota has a prohibition against corporate-owned pharmacies, which we do. I've questioned the liability as far as states like North Dakota in that regard. The legal decision by the courts involved in this are that they're looking at market share liability. So even though Walgreens doesn't have a presence in North Dakota, they're looking at the national market share. A little more background on this partial settlement. This has been pushed by the North Dakota Attorney General's office. The AG's office is recommending that we settle this. Whether I agree or disagree with market share liability is irrelevant. This will result in a partial settlement being distributed to all the political subdivisions that have opted into the opiate litigation. With the AG's office getting involved, a great portion of this is gonna go to the state. And no, I cannot give you a dollar figure of what the state gets and what each county or political subdivision gets. I've had the equation that they're supposedly using explained to me 4 different ways. 5 if I count where this started when I was in Ward County. I don't know, folks, I was pretty good in math in college and high school, but this new math is interesting. So I took a long way around the bush to explain that I don't quite understand their equation of how they're gonna split up the proceeds. What's before us at this point, and I need a direction, and I will provide a recommendation that we do accept and join in the partial settlement. And I'll state that for a number of reasons. And part of what changed my mind to do this, not in an executive session, but in a public forum, is that this information needs to be public. There's a chance this case could go all the way to trial and not win. Publicly, everybody's of the opinion that while these big, horrible pharmaceutical companies that, you know, have done horrible things like give us cancer treatments and antibiotics and antivirals, these horrible companies, they should just pay because, well, we say so. I think they got a pretty high probability of winning at trial on behalf of the plaintiffs, but there's no guarantees when you go to trial. So I would recommend we accept, even though I can't tell you how much is gonna come to the good people here in Mercer County. There's still some discussion on what's going to be allowed, what these proceeds will be allowed to be used for. That hasn't been solidified. And as just a general statement, when you get a piece of litigation that's this complex, each complexity that can be knocked down, the better for all parties involved. So we have one of 2 options, and I will be passing on our decision to date to the class action litigant law firm. And their name escapes me, but you've seen the letterhead from previous correspondence and the original contract that would have been signed when Jess presented that to you years ago. If we don't sign off on the partial settlement, what ends up happening is that still settlement amount, which I'm still not clear on, is going to go to those who accept, and then we run the risk of maybe not getting anything out of it. Right, wrong, or indifferent, this is a bird in the hand that we don't know what color, what size, what eggs it lays, versus 2 in the bush being promised possibly somewhere down the road. So what I'm requesting is that the commission authorize me to notify the law firm that we will sign off, and I will need something signed. The document that the firm wants will need to be signed off by the chairman, so that does require a vote. On the first motion, if they want more than just my representation, also Travis would have to sign off on that, and I should have said that earlier, I apologize.
Okay.
As you can tell, these aren't prepared remarks.
Is there a motion to direct the state's attorney to accept the settlement?
I so move.
Motion by Rick, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Liza. Any discussion? Seeing none, Rick?
Aye.
Liza?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
That motion passes.
Another item that isn't on the agenda because it's not really county business, just kind of filling you in on it. Yesterday, we, once again, as we did last year, had the mock trial competition. Once again, this reflected very, very well on Mercer County as a whole. The parents and the students were very impressed by the facility and the people that make this facility more than just an empty building with nice architecture. I want to extend an extra thanks, starting with Jim and the maintenance staff, because having all of those people here increases their work, and it was done with a smile and with great hospitality. Also want to go out to the Sheriff's Department. There's members of the Sheriff's Department that came in and filled different roles and helped out. Left a very good impression for the county. I am still tickled. What we have to realize, what you see coming across my desk is generally 10 to 15% of the population. We get so caught up in that 10 to 15% that are taking up 85 to 90% of law enforcement and that portion of the budget that we forget about the 85, 90% who are out there. This was the cream of the crop of the 85%, 90%. There were two young ladies who played the part of the attorneys that I can honestly say, if they could start law school in the fall, they would succeed. And then I was informed that these are generally 14-year-old eighth graders. And I pass that on not to say that my powers of observation are questionable. In fact, I stand behind them firmly. That's the caliber of the young people in our community, the state of North Dakota, that we don't see often enough. We don't brag about often enough. I will note that Hazen Star wanted to be here, but Dan was putting the paper to bed and couldn't get somebody squeezed over here.
I did receive all the photos though, so they're too late for this week, but there will be photos of this in next week's.
There was lots of smiles and they were dressed very nicely.
Yes.
They looked like they had fun.
These kids put in the work. And think about this. These are 13, 14, one or two might be 15. The number one fear that most people share is in their top 5 fears of all is public speaking. The statistics tell me it's more like one, it's either the top third of 90% of the population. These kids not only did that, they played a part. A number of them played multiple parts. And what they had is they had a fictitious criminal case, and I had to smile when we had the guy here talking about the crane, because the facts of that case is that a crane was used to build a project for the homeless, and ended up killing one homeless person and one person who was a professional on the job, because the lift went wrong and Fighting Phil, the giant crane, largest on the East Coast, collapsed. These kids got into it. They had to interpret this. They had to present evidence. The rules of procedure and evidence that they used are an abbreviated form of what we actually use in the courtroom, so that they can each get a chance either prosecuting or defending. So they flip a coin, you're prosecuting, all right? We go through it, we do that trial, switch sides, and do it again. This used to be very, very, of course, this is the old timer sitting up here, about the days of old when things were great. Our public schools used to do a lot of this. I personally participated in everything from going in with the kids younger, and there was times Goldilocks was found guilty or not guilty of trespass. this is more advanced than that. Our public schools are exceedingly statewide, nationwide, choosing not to participate in this. Yesterday, most of these across the state were done by homeschooled kids. This is an additional thing that they're doing above what they need to do for their homeschool curriculum. And to see that caliber of kid come forward and put on a project like this, damn, it just made me feel good. I think everybody here can sit back and say, all right, yeah, we see those few kids that are on the wrong path. We gotta remember, they're a very small minority. Most of our kids are doing fine. So, that's all I had. I had to brag on those kids a little more.
Anything else we have to address?
Not unless the commission has something.
There was some question.
Next week, right? And the next agenda is next week.
I think that's all we'll do today, so. Anything else? Seeing none, meeting adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Am I supposed to keep this? Huh? Am I supposed to keep this?
Yeah, you can have it.
Carmen,
Is each one?
I did